Okay, members and members joining online, you're all very welcome to the October meeting of the Planning Committee. And we're going to begin with apologies. Any apologies, members? I suppose I recorded an apology. Yeah, we'll go ahead, Councillor O'Reilly.
Chair Barry Michael.
Yeah, okay, no problem. And Councillor Mahan.
You Chair, Councillor Paul Robertson.
Councillor Paul Robertson, that's okay, noted. Thank you. And item 2 on their agenda is any declarations of interest. Councillor Mahan.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 3, application 2, and agenda item 4, application 3.
3, application 2. No problem. Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, yeah. Okay. And item 3 then is to consider 2 files for decision by the Plan Committee. That's paper A, application number 1, LA 10 2025 0085F. And Darren's going to take us through the application.
Good afternoon, members. So, paper A then, application number 1, LA 10 2025 0085. It's an application for an extension to an existing overburden storage landform. And you can see the address there in Connolly. The applicant is Malik Build Limited. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to 7 conditions. Just in relation to the conditions, members, condition 5 says no infill material other than soils extracted from within the adjoining quarry shall be used for the reprofiling hereby permitted. With respect, could we change that to no infill material other than overburden? So it includes soils, but it would also include then material within the quarry that's not used for the quarrying purposes. So it'll not just be soil, it'll be dust and various other stones, things like that. So it's all inert material, but it just allows them to store overburden in it rather than just soil. So it's a minor change, doesn't cause any consequence to the overall recommendation or the decision being presented to you today. But it's just condition 5 then it would say overburden instead of soils. So what's before you then, members, is a site location plan there. You can see the red line includes the location of the site with additional lands and the control of the applicant in blue. The aerial image then, the flyover image, shows the site location in red. You can see the hatched area beside the existing quarry. And what's proposed then is to take the material from the quarry and store it onto the site to create an area on change in the levels. So that's the existing levels and the existing vegetation. And what's proposed then is to bring the material from the quarry into the site and create an area then for it to be stored. Cross sections then show the levels of the ground then when the material has all been dumped on the site, and you can see then the sort of peachy colour is the tip as it's annotated there on the drawing. Application is accompanied by a landscape restoration concept plan which shows how the site will be restored, and you can see that on the screen then. So the part of the site will become an oak woodland mix which is welcomed with additional then grasslands around the side and some drainage areas, etc. So be an improvement to the visual impact of the area. The slide on the screen then shows, you can just make it out then from the arrow there, you can see where the site is located within the wider context and the wider landscape. So it will have a visual impact, but within the context it will be acceptable. Again then, just you can see the purple area shows where the tip will be located and the context then for the site. So the recommendation then, members, is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 7 conditions, with the amendment to condition 5 to say overburden.
Okay, thank you, Darren. At this point, we do have representation in support of the application by Adam Lendrum. So if No, sorry, I'll just maybe invite you to come forward here to my left, you know, into one of those seats there. Thank you. And you're very welcome to the planning committee, and we've allocated 10 minutes for this part of the meeting. So I'll give you a wee shout when we reach 9 minutes, just to let you wrap up. So in your own time.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Adam Landrum. I'm the planning officer or the agent working on behalf of the client. I don't have anything to add at this stage. However, if anybody has any further questions after, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. If there is any questions for the agent at this point, now would be the time to ask them. Go ahead, Councillor Irvine.
Well, it's not really for Adam, it's for Darren, so I'll wait till I talk to Darren, sorry. I'll wait.
Yep, we'll hold it maybe if there's no more for the agent at this point. I think we're okay if you have nothing to add. Thank you, Mr. Landrum. All the best. Thank you. Okay. We now have that opportunity to ask questions of our planning officer. Go ahead, Councillor Irvine.
Maybe I'm missing it and Darren can direct me in the presentation here. I thought under our minerals policy as well as a restoration plan, there was supposed to be possibly a bond with regard to future restoration and everything like that.
Yep, so that is correct. So the plan strategy requires a bond for minerals development. In this case, this is inert material. There's no mineral extraction or minerals development going on. It's waste material that's being dumped on the site, so it falls under the waste policies, and those don't require a bond.
Great. Could I just, for a point of clarity moving forward then, because it still falls within our waste management policies under the draft plan, but you've identified that it's inert material and therefore it doesn't trigger a bond or anything like that, it would be useful, I think, from, well, my particular point of view, that was actually referenced in the documentation going forward. So that at least then I can visually, maybe I'm just a slow learner, I can actually see that it's been checked off and referenced basically just in taking forward the recommendation. It's not a criticism, it's really an observation to help me.
There is a comment on page 7 under minerals development. There's no proposed mineral extraction. And then it does say about how this is a waste. And therefore the minerals policies are not material. But certainly I'll expand on that and refer to a bond going forward, members, by all means.
Thank you, Darren. Any further questions or comments at this point? Councillor Irvine again.
No further questions. I am happy to propose a recommendation as brought forward, so that's an approval.
Okay, proposed by Councillor Irvine and Councillor Feely.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Feely. Is everyone in agreement, members? Agreed, Chair? Agreed.
Okay, members, so the recommendation was to approve planning permission, subject to 7 conditions. Members have granted planning permission subject to those 7 conditions, with the amendment of condition 5 to say overburden rather than soils.
Thank you. Okay, members, application to LE10 2025-0607F. Speaking rights had been allocated but withdrawn. And this is one that in the updated protocol, we could proceed directly to discussion and debate and any questions people have for the officer, if you're agreeing with that. Okay. So I'd invite any comments or questions in respect to the application. And if not, I suppose I would move us to a decision on the application. The recommendation being to approve planning. Councillor O'Reilly?
If there's no other questions, I'm happy to move to the recommendation and go with the recommendation to approve.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to second the recommendation for approval.
Okay, so that's been proposed and seconded. Is everyone in agreement? Agreed? Karen?
Okay, so just to confirm then, members, application number 2, LA 10 2025-0607. Recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 7 conditions. Members have granted planning permission for the reasons within the report and subject to those 7 conditions.
Okay, thanks, Darren. So item 4 on our agenda is to consider 9 files for decision by the planning committee as paper B for reference. And application number 1 is LA 10 2024-0772F. And I would ask Darren just to take us through the application.
Okay, members, so it's application number 1, LA 10 2024-0772. Application by Mr. Hughes at the junction of the Tarunu Road and the McGinn Road. And the recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to 5 reasons. Members will note from the report that there is confidential information accompanying this application. I don't propose in my presentation to go through that. So if members are content to go ahead now with my element of the presentation, or maybe in a discussion whether you want to go into confidential business now for the entire application, because there will be confidential business coming in the agent's presentation. But I think it's a decision to make now, members. We normally do this before I go too far.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Head Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, Chair, I propose that we hear the officers' contribution first.
Yep.
And see where we are then, so we can carry on, Darren.
I'd be happy to proceed and seconded by maybe somebody. Councillor Feely. Thank you. Go ahead, Darren.
Okay. So members will recall this application from the previous meeting. So on the screen then is the site location plan, and the site's outlined in red. You can see then the proximity. So the right-hand side of the red line is the McGinn Road, and it runs along then and down to the Taruni Road, which is at the top of the red line. What's proposed then is a house in the country, and the site then is a full application, so it's accompanied by a block plan and elevations of the house. And you can see then the location of the house on the plan, and that's the McGinn Road then it's immediately adjacent to. So the proposed house then, you can see it on the screen, and that's the front elevation, so that'll face down the slope. And the rear elevation then, that's the back of the site, so you can see the rear elevation, the side elevation then, so that's the side facing onto the McGinn Road. And you can see the right-hand side there, the porch at the front of the house. And then the other side elevation then faces into the field. And that's on the screen as well. So the house itself then, so it's a 2-story dwelling. You can see then on the screen the ground floor, so you have a living room, sunroom, kitchen, dining room, and then the lounge out the back. On the left then you have a snug bedroom. On the ground floor, services, pantry, a utility and shower room, and a carport out the back. Moving on then upstairs into the first floor, you can see then you have the master bedroom, and you have bedroom 2, bedroom 3, and bedroom 4 with the bathroom and ensuite linen and walk-in wardrobe. So just in relation to some of the images, members, so this is down on the Taruni Road at the bottom, looking up this field, up the road from the junction. The red line is approximately the position of the site, with the yellow star roughly in the position of where the house will be. So if we're down to the bottom, these are Google Street View images, but they present a good reflection of the appearance of the site. And there's also some case officers' photographs in as well today. So this is at the junction, looking up. You're moving up the road then towards you. And as you move up, you can see then the land rises up steeply towards the site for the house, which is up on the top of the slope underneath the black arrow. Image then in the bottom left is the house as proposed. And just as we move along there, you can see the site is on the right-hand side with the black arrow. Coming along the road, then again, you can see then the field on the right-hand side moving up towards where the location of the house is. And this is a case officer photograph, members, just taken on the site, so you can see the location of the house then is the right-hand side on the right arrow. There is a building on the left-hand side, members, but that's unauthorised and is subject to an enforcement notice which requires its removal. So it can't be given any weight in the decision-making today. Moving further along then, you can see then the brow of the hill, and the location of the house then is where roughly in the position of the black arrow. Again, just another image looking more around towards the right-hand side to the wider field. So if we go further along the road and turn and look back on ourselves, you can see then the red star. If you're in that location looking back towards the location of the house, which will be roughly in the position of the yellow star. And that's the view then you'll have. So you recall, members, from the site visit, those who were there. So that's the view then, looking back down the road towards the location of the site. And you can see the fence, the wooden fence then that demarcates the site from the field, and the red arrow identifies roughly where the house will be positioned. Again, then just further on down the road slightly, you can see then the position of the field. And then another Google Street View image, members, just showing where the house will be located, and then that's the side elevation that'll be facing towards that side of the road. Again, members, there is a building on the site, but that is unauthorised and subject to a notice to remove. In terms of the levels then that are proposed, so you can see and you recall from the site visit, the significant rise in the land from the Tyrooney Road. So it's about 130 or 131. The levels then rise up very steeply and then sort of plateau slightly before continuing on up towards the height where the yellow star is. So the entrance is in about a level of about 140. The finished floor level of the house is about 142. The ground level then, as it stands, is about 145.5. So just look at that in a bit more detail. So the finished floor level of the house is proposed at 142.5. And the ground levels then, as they stand, you can see they rise 143.5, 44, 44.5, 45, up to the yellow star, 45.5. So the proposal is to cut into the slope and create a finished floor level of 142.5. Similarly with the access, it'll come in off the road and then sweep around to the front of the house. It'll rise up from the existing ground levels, 141 all the way up, 42 up to 43. So there'll be a rise in the land up towards the location of the house. There will be some reduction in levels, but it will still rise up from the road to the front of the house. Just to go through the reasons for refusal then, members. So you have the report and the reasons, and go through those. So reason 1 is DEO 2. Reason 2 is DEO 4, and you have the 5 reasons for refusal listed against criteria A, B, C, D, and E. They fails to meet all of those, which I think is the first presenting an application before you. So fails to meet all 5. DEO 5, you have criteria A in terms of prominence, unduly prominent in the landscape. In respect of those policies, members, they are linked back to DEO 3. And just to be clear here in our decision making, so DEO 3 says all proposals for development must comply with the following development design policy. So the plan strategy is saying that all development in the countryside must meet those policies. It's not a shall or should, it's must. So it's fairly concise and clear on what the policy intent was. Just to go through those then, so DEO 4 you can see is continuity criteria A and B. The site does not have the capacity to absorb the building without adverse impact on visual amenity, and it can't be visually integrated into the landscape through the use and retention of established boundaries, because there are none, and it relies then solely on new landscaping for integration and other earthworks. So continuity A and B. In terms of B then, the new substantial landscaping, the plan is accompanied by details of landscaping that is proposed on the site. So on the right hand side you can see the block plan, and it shows small green circles which are assumed to be new trees or new landscaping. It does state then the blue star on the bottom left, 6 metre high semi-mature trees planted prior to building commencement, but there's no details of what those are or comment on those. There is a planting schedule, which is the top left. You can see the yellow star, and it refers to 3 types of trees. You have hazel, ash, and alder. There are no hazel trees proposed. There are 32 ash and no alder. So what's proposed is 32 trees. The stock sizes then, you can see there that it states that there'll be feathered whips 1.2 to 4 metres. So that would appear to conflict then with the comment that they're 6 metre high semi-mature trees. There's also a note there in the red star indicates new mixed native species hedgerow, and you can see then it lists then a number of species, but there's no comment on where that is or any reference, which allows you to identify where that's actually proposed. In terms of C and D then, the design is not appropriate to scaling massing of the site. Again, it's a large 2-storey house with 4,000 square foot floor space, so significant size. The design as well with the hip roof and the chimneys and overall form and proportion isn't appropriate to the site and will result in a prominent and obtrusive feature in the landscape on a skyline and top of slope ridge location when assessing the critical views. And finally then E, contrary to E, as it relies on significant or inappropriate earthworks. So the site rises up steadily towards the crest, which you can see in the image on the right. Proposal then is to reduce the levels down and create a platform, a building platform. Those are significant earthworks in an effort to try and create a sense of enclosure for the site. So fails to meet criteria E as well. Just in terms of criteria E, the Buildings on Tradition guidance, which accompanies the policies and is advice for members of the public and applicants and agents and ourselves to refer to. You can see in the image on the left, it says there what to avoid, sketches A and B. So sketch A, you can see there what to avoid is digging into a slope of a hill to create a flat building platform, which is exactly what's being proposed here today. What should happen is you should be more traditional and reflect the vernacular sort of design, which is the image below. So that's image 1 there. Over on the right in image 2, you can see then to avoid, what to avoid. And I don't think you can get a closer picture than our site to that proposal. So it's creation of 3 new boundaries on a site with a sweeping driveway. So contrary to the guidance and Buildings on Tradition. In terms then just of the supporting information from the agent, and I know they will he'll go through that himself. So we have the some locations then where they've taken images and sought to show that the house will integrate. So this is a photograph then, photo 1. It states no visible signs of dwelling as you drive along from the McGinn Road towards the site. Photo 2 then, you can see it's closer as you get closer to it, and it shows dwelling location proposal, and 8-metre pole then is shown on it as well. Down on the other road then, you're up at the side, you can see then the commentary there, 8-metre pole and the dwelling location proposal. As you move along then those other sites, you can't see the site because of the topography. You'll note from the report, members, that there's 2 reasons for refusal in terms of the principle of the house. So HU 11 is included. At the discussion last month, I think we didn't really focus on HU 11, so members have the presentation before you. I don't propose to go through that in great detail. The key issue and the key difficulty with the HU 11 policy is that the application site is not located on the farm holding that has formed part of the farm business for a minimum of 6 years from the date of the application. He only bought the site in June 2024 and then made the application for planning permission in August 2024. So that's how it fails to meet the HU 11, as well as it doesn't cluster with farm buildings, but that's the main one. If we go on then to the personal circumstances case, so there is information presented which seeks to demonstrate that it meets the HU 15 policy, members. You'll note that's the policy in front of you within the purple box. So within that, members, you'll note from the report and the confidential report and the supporting information that's been provided to you, that it hasn't been demonstrated the dwelling meets the long-term needs of the applicant. It hasn't been demonstrated there's no alternative development opportunities. It hasn't been demonstrated there's compelling personal circumstances or site-specific personal circumstances. It hasn't been demonstrated that separate accommodation is necessary and genuine hardship would be caused if permission was refused. So it fails to meet those 6 items within the policy. Just to remind you as well, members, so the application, the parent's house then is identified by the red star there just beside it. You can see the location of the house, and the applicant then has control of lands within his maps, showing the field across the road and other lands nearby within their control. There is a building then adjacent to it, which is a red star, but I understand that's not available and should be discounted. But planning officers, the house itself, the Yellow Star, you can see it's a large 2-story dwelling, and appears to be only his parents living in the house. So there's no clear reason why that house couldn't be renovated and the applicant move in there, an alteration or extension provided to it. It is beside the farm and it is near to the engineering workshops, but suitable measures could be incorporated into that to ensure that the health and safety of occupants can be maintained. So as I say, members, HU 15 is currently to those 6 tests. So the recommendation then, members, is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 5 reasons on the screen.
Thank you, Darren. We do have speaking rights in respect to the application. So Mr. David McKinley, agent, and Mr. Tony Hughes, applicant. Just come forward to my left here, to the seats to my left. Yeah, no problem. So you're very welcome to the plan committee. And I suppose at the outset, I'd like to check if you would plan to cover any of the confidential in your contribution. If that were the case, we'd go into confidential, you know, for the entire. Yeah, no problem. Well, in that case, I take a vote. Councillor Feely, Councillor Thompson, to go into confidential. And at this point, I would ask everyone to withdraw from the meeting. Okay, so I just asked our director Sinead to sum up previous application.
Thank you, Chair. So while in confidential business, members discussed planning application LA 10 20240772F, and members agreed to hold the application. So that's in relation to our protocol to delegate the application back to the nominated officer for decision with no further recommendation to Planning Committee to allow for 2 weeks to allow for discussion on potential alternative options.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. We're moving on now to application number 2, and that is LA 10 2025 00690. And I'm going to ask Darren to introduce the application. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So application 2 then is LA 10 2025 0069. It's proposed dwelling and garage on the Black Hill Road and in Dromore. The applicant is A. Smith. The recommendation is to refuse permission for the reasons listed within the report. Just a quick update, members. Apologies in the appendix. So the minutes of the site meeting, I have us out on site on the 28th of September. It's obviously the 20th of August. We were there, so apologies for that typo. In terms then of the application, members, so just again run through the slides and the images on the screen. So the site location plan then is shown on screen. You can see the red outline then shows the site location. Blue then is the additional lands within the control of the applicant. On the plan then there is an annotation now of where the house is proposed to be located. And if I just zoom in a bit, you can see then where the house is to be located. So the location of the dwelling is shown there with the access then running along the boundary hedge before sweeping round and out onto the public road. Visibility displays then left and right of 2.4 by 60 on one side and 45 on the other. Again, you'll note, members, from the drawing, there's a comment there, the yellow star, new 6-metre high trees planted from behind the existing thorn hedge to supplement the existing hedgerow. So the application is for a house on a farm. The farm maps have been submitted, and I'll just go through those. So you can see these are the farm maps that have been submitted. Some of this land is in the control of the applicant, some was taken. Okay, members, so really just to focus in on the reasons for refusal. The first reason for refusal is that the site for the dwelling is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings in the farm holding and doesn't meet either of the exceptions to allow for an off-site location. So the position of the house, proposed house, is roughly where the yellow star is. There is a farm group then on this outlining area of farmland in the farm holding, and it's at the farm group there. You can see at the end the red arrow. So there's a distance of approximately 200 metres between the two. And when you're out on site, members, the farm group then is on the right, and you can see then the road running straight up the hill, and the site then is over on the left-hand side, a significant distance away. There is another farm group then, located further along the road and up a private laneway. And again, then it's about 1,000 metres in a straight direction, so it doesn't visually link with that, obviously, and doesn't meet then the exceptions to allow for an off-site location. So there's no evidence farm activities will significantly affect the amenity of the new dwelling or verifiable plans to expand the farm. And there's also alternatives, so it doesn't meet either of the two exceptions. The agent has put forward a case in support of the application. You can see the plan in front of you. So the principal farmyard and farm dwelling is down the bottom right. You can see the red arrow annotates the location of that. And then there's a blue line runs up to the public road. And the comment within the text there states that it's a shared laneway, no opportunity to obtain a mortgage. In terms then of the proposed site, the plan also shows a comment that the areas in red cannot be developed because it's within 90 metres of the farm, and the area in blue then is within 75 metres of an adjacent farm. So it seeks to rule those out as alternative sites. So just in terms of the alternative sites, this is the farm group on the right-hand side. You can see the field then above that, between the farm group and the trees, there's a large green field. The issue then relates to visibility displays, according to the agent. However, there's a good wide verge along the neighbouring property, and also along the front of the site there's room to get displays within there. So we wouldn't support the view that you can't get access, safe access in there. Moving on then to reasons 2 and 3, these relate again to visual issues. So again, the site's on the top of a hill in a drumlin, just slightly over the lip of the hill or the top of the hill. The access then, the proposed access will nip in where the red arrow is, go around then to the post and wire fence over on the right hand side, run along it to the proposed house then will be at the back of the site where the red arrow is. Again, from the other direction then, just up near the junction, looking in again, you can see the hedge along the road frontage will largely have to be removed to provide safe access and visibility displays, and the house then will be sited at the back. And again then, just the junction there, you can see how close that hedge is to the public road, so that'll likely all have to be removed. If you're then over on the Black Hill Road, the main Black Hill Road, if you want to call it that, there's a gate there in front of you. You can see the hedge running along the left, and the house then will be just the other side of that hedge on the top of the hill. So the recommendation, members, is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report. There's two real issues, members, that the site is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings in the farm holding, and the second one then relates to the visual issues, so DEO4 and DEO5.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Thank you, Darren. So we do have speaking rights in respect to the application. So I'd invite Mr. David McKinley, agent, and Mr. Adam Smith, the applicant, both in support of the application, to come forward. So just to advise that we allocate 10 minutes to this part of the meeting. So it sort of as before, David, I'll give you a nod around 9 minutes just to let you wrap up your contribution. So between yourselves, if you want to divide those 10 minutes and go ahead in your own time, you're very welcome. Why?
Gosh. Okay, thank you, Chair, again, and the committee for allowing me to speak on Adam and myself. Adam is one of a family of three. One's a farmer, and Adam's animal nutrients. His sister lives in Edinburgh. The overall farm is about 160 acres, and he does help out on the farm most weekends. And he lives in Moira, and you can imagine that's to do with his work, and you can imagine the travel time involved in getting home. His intended, whilst living in Cumber at the minute, wants to return down to Skillen to work, and this site gives both occupants a good address that suits all. Adam helps with the silage, milking at weekends, slurry, testing the animals, and at this minute his father's sitting over here with a broken arm, and he's the other brother's right-hand man at the minute, so he's at home more than he is up in Moira. Refusal points, policy DO3 and HOU11. I'm disappointed the council has decided the dwelling does not cluster with an existing group of buildings. We have supplied a photo with the outbuildings and site located within one viewed angle. If you take a look at the top left and top right, top left, the photograph at the very top shows there's a 2 to 3 metre hedgerow runs in front of the site. Now, you see the cut silage field, and then there's a green field, I believe, and he's the next field behind that. So there's a 2 to 3 metre, 2.5 to 3 metre high hedge along the frontage of the site. In this case, we do have integration. We have a tree to the back of the house. And as I understand policy here, if you have integration, you're allowed to further integrate more. And that's why there's 6 metre high trees again, and I'm going to start selling them. So basically, DO3 states that you should consolidate and cluster with existing buildings. The proposal visually links the proposal in a single view with the existing farmyard, and with number 26 directly across the road. Number 26 is in focus here, sitting on top of the hill. We're nowhere near as high as that. We've designed a 5 metre high ridge, which literally tucks into the hill. Darren mentioned that we're on the top of the hill. We're actually on the decline on the other side of it. They're from the point, I think it's 114, and we rise to a finished floor level of 116, and it rises to 119 behind the house. And furthermore, so we're slightly eaten into level off the field to provide a footprint for the dwelling. Our proposal is not as elevated as 26. In our case, we actually have a 2 to 3 metre hedge directly in front of it. The department would appear to have determined a cattle shed within up to 40 dairy heifers in it, and the noise associated with feeding times. That's down at the original farmyard. Oh gosh, there. inside the circle, the red circle, that's a 40 heifer dairy unit. That's preparation for them to milk. So they could be there from 15 months onwards to maybe 25 months, 30 months before they start milking. Maybe a farmer, but not a non-farmer. Adam's wife isn't a farmer. She's from the town, as usual. The department needs to consider what activities would significantly affect the amenity of a new dwelling. When one of the occupants isn't a farmer, in this case Adam's other half isn't, we have therefore significant health and safety concerns siting within 90 metres of a farm building. Health is smell, noise and mental health. Adam's partner is concerned with all of these. Can you imagine mentally playing on your mind? Is that not a mental health problem? So policy DO3 is considered acceptable if HOU11 is met. We conclude that the proposed site visually links with the existing group of buildings, as well as number 26, which isn't in their control, but it is another dwelling sitting on top of the hill. And that's part of DO3, I believe. You're supposed to group or site with other dwellings, other buildings, sorry, not dwellings, buildings. The planning recommendations state the visual link means that the proposed building will read with existing buildings with little appreciation of any physical separation that may exist between them and when viewed from surrounding vantage points. This doesn't really make sense if you require at least 75 metres separation from a farmyard if you're a non-farmer. This is the minimum requirements for environmental health. Our site is a mere 160 metres away from the farm holding. It's the closest field available to the farm building. Contrary to SPO1, refusal raising 2, DO3 and 4. SPO1 considers sustainable development, which the development has noted that the proposal is not sustainable development as it does not meet DO3 and DO4, DO5 and HU11 with planned strategy. We've proved that we can meet DEA3 and HOU11, that leaves 4 and 5. DO4 is in the planning office report states that the site is in Drumlin. I would argue with the point that the site falls to the south and to the east, which is where we've located the dwelling. In fact, we've shown that we can collate the dwelling within the siting on a drumlin. In fact, at this lower side of the drumlin, of the drumlin within the field, the dwelling actually sits behind the top of the drumlin and the site falls to the east and south. The site plan indicates this, and the site levels confirm that. The existing hedgerows to the eastern boundary and the larger tree in the southern boundary, yes, this site has integration of a degree in relation to the comments that the hedgerow loss is relation to the entrance, whilst minimal sprays are lost. The entrance now moved further down the minor road, has no direct visual links to the dwelling, therefore the loss of hedgerows being replanted is insignificant. And in any case, we can successfully transplant immediately by sliding the hedge back. It's a thorn hedge and is easy done without any loss. The site does have a capacity to absorb a dwelling without adverse impact on visual amenity. We're allowing under policy to supplement or add integration to a site, providing there is integration there at present. We're proposing at least a dozen semi-mature trees. This is encouragement that the applicant will hide a simple single-storey dwelling suitably designed so as to minimise the impact on the location. Criteria A of DO3 as a site quite clearly has the capacity to absorb. The site is nearly 3 metre high hedgerows to screen the majority of the dwelling and are continually allowed to grow. This together with additional 10 trees or so will successfully integrate the dwelling. Criteria B, this one I believe is silly. The site quite clearly has a strong hedgerow boundary together with a few trees to the rear boundary. The council allows additional planting where there's existing to aid integration. Criteria D of refusal is prominence. We have discussed in detail that the site is integration. That particular photograph that I showed you shows literally the hedge or the dwelling is sitting just slightly above the roof line sitting slightly above the initial hedgerow, and it is a 5 metre. We've restricted the height of it as much as we can. Additional location of dwelling, adjoining dwelling sits actually higher than our proposal, which will not read out of place. At least the application is a strong hedge boundary. Refusal reason 3, how to take the dwellings on the other side of the Blackhill Road are similarly prominent, similar plot size and within 80 metres of the site. The development is a real character application. The development is traditional suburban style build-up of development. It reads with the dwellings on the other side of the road. In fact, as you approach from the lower side, it's actually lower. It's actually lower and maybe non-existent coming from the Drumore side. Submitted a drawing to the plan relating to the principal farmyard. We talked about that. There is no opportunities there. We're up a shared lane. There's 2-3 other houses on it, not all in control of the applicant. we hear that the last committee member, or the last committee, Mr. Duffy recommended, as a solicitor, said there's no opportunity to obtain a mortgage. And it should be material consideration. We've talked about this before. No point in giving planning permissions out if we can't build things. So to me, that's material considerations. In conclusion, this is the closest viable field to both the principal farmyard and the outlying farmyard. With a little tree enhancement, we can deliver a property designed single-storey dwelling to suit the needs of the application or the applicant. Let's meet. You got anything to say, Adam? You work away.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam Smith and I'm applicant seeking permission for dwelling on my family's farm at Blackhill Road. I respectfully ask for your support to approve this application as it is essential for my partner and our future plans, supports my growing role in our farm business as my father ages, and ensures a safe, sustainable home that blends with the local area. While farming is not my sole job, I actively contribute by helping with livestock management and general farm work, travelling over an hour each way from my current home to do so. This dwelling would allow me to be nearby, making it easier to support the farm's needs and ensure its long-term viability. However, my partner, who is not from a farming background, is uncomfortable living near the cattle sheds due to smells and the environment. In addition to this, we plan to raise children, and the proposed site, 230 metres from the shed, is a far safer site, avoiding risks from slurry gas and large animals. Policy HOU 11 allows an off-site dwelling when farm activities significantly affect amenity.
Just 9 minutes.
And this ensures a healthy, safe home for my future family, meeting this exception. The report suggests alternative sites near the farm group at Fintona Road, but these are not feasible. The Fintona Road is a shared access lane, not owned or controlled by my family, and shared with 2 other landowners, including an adjacent farm, limiting our ability to secure sole access or meet mortgage requirements. Other sites are within the floodplain or have access issues, making them unsuitable. The Blackhill Road site, however, offers safe access and is outside flood risk areas. On visual integration, the proposed site can blend seamlessly into the landscape. There is an existing house directly across the Blackhill Road, which means our dwelling would not appear isolated, but would read as part of the established local pattern, supporting policies DE 04 and DE 05. The report raises concerns about removing an extensive amount of existing hedge, but as we own the land on the north and west, the hedge on the opposite side of the road will remain, providing a permanent natural screen to absorb the dwelling's visual impact. The site's 2-metre high thorn hedge provides a natural screen, and we are open to plant trees and ensure minimal hedge removal and replacement to preserve rural character. This dwelling balances my contribution to our family farm of creating a safe home for my partner and future children. I ask the committee to consider the genuine amenity and safety concerns and practicality of alternative sites and the site's ability to blend with the house across the road. Please grant approval to support our family farm sustainability and my family's future in the countryside.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. We'll have an opportunity, maybe if members has any questions for the applicant or the agent at this point. Councillor Maguire.
Currently, thank you, Chair, and again, thanks to David and Adam. Adam, you were certainly up to speed with the alternative sites that you have deemed unavailable, but I have a question then. Did yourself or your agent engage in a pre-application meeting with the planners in advance of putting this application in? Okay.
So they go on properly better.
No, it was a fairly straightforward application, we thought at the time, to be fair. We did predict the home site, to be fair. We looked at it to see if there's anywhere near, but it's literally landlocked. There's a narrow entrance, brings you in a small lane, which again is a backyard into a back lane into the farm. Guys, we can't share a lane with a farm. We can't share a lane with a farm dwelling. There's no mortgageable opportunities in that, and so we've ruled that out completely. Darren did show another one, which was actually about another 400 metres away. That's not our farmyard. Sorry. So the only one that he can cite beside is the site that we've shown and indicated that doesn't give him an issue driving past. There's 40 cattle in there, driving in and out past that. Has smell issues, has issues with even a child going to get a bus at the end of the lane would have to pass by the farmyard to get in. So that's why in theory we've picked a single-storey dwelling on, not on the top of the hill, but on the brow of the hill coming in with integration, yes.
Okay, Councillor Maguire, you've asked the question that I had planned to ask there, because just to be clear on the alternative sites. No, Councillor Maguire has covered my query around alternative sites. Yeah, thank you. Any further questions at this point? Is there only opportunity really to ask a question to the agent or the applicant? Councillor Thompson?
Chair, thank you. And thanks to David and Adam for coming on again. Just with regard, I think David said about that Darren had shown another site. And you say it's not part of this farm? Is that your understanding?
That's correct. That's the one. There's a bungalow directly opposite the farmyard that we've proposed. If you go down to the end of that, down past Bob's house, we talk about, there's a lane that takes you into the right. That's not your farmyard. You have the land taken around it. I take it, is that it?
I'm not sure. We haven't land taken beside it. No.
It's in the.
There is a couple of maps that were on there that is Conacre taken land that we don't own, that we do farm, but we don't own. That's how it's caused confusion.
Well, that's the only two out. That's the only farm.
Could clarify that with our officer.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
You? I don't see any further indications at this point. So with that, I thank you both for coming to the committee, and invite you to go back to the gallery at this point. Thank you. And we'll have an opportunity now, members, to clarify anything with our officers.
Yeah, thanks again, Chair. Just following on now with our planning officer, just the same question as to what the agent elaborated on there, and then Adam came in there as well, the applicant. Can you enlighten us in the situation there, Darren, please?
Certainly can, members. So the drawing on the screen, you can see it there. You can see the site outline. The site outlined in red, and then you have the two large circles. So the red one, identified with the word cattle house on it, that's the applicant's farm holding that he talks about having the cattle in. The blue one then is the adjacent farm. It's not the applicant's. So there's a farm building in there. There's an agricultural looking building in there, but it's a third party agricultural building. So I didn't say that was on his farm. If it wasn't clear in respect of that, apologise. But just to be clear now, the red circle is the applicant's, the blue circle is a third party's.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for that clarification, Darren. I suppose that is a very important piece of clarification to get there, because that effectively rules that one out. I'll let others speak here now. Thank you, Chair.
Just on that, members, it doesn't, with respect, it doesn't effectively rule it out, because there's no information on what's in that building. There's just a comment that it's a third-party farm building, but it could be used for storing tractors and nobody ever goes into it. So you'd have to demonstrate that that third-party farm building is causing a nuisance to a potential occupant on our site, and there's no information on that. The applicant hasn't come forward with a case saying why that building prejudices the development of a house on that site, other than to say there's a building there.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And following on from what Councillor Thompson was saying, and maybe I've missed something here myself about the suggestion of a potential other site. Is there a suggestion on here over that could be? Did I miss that?
So I'll go back to that drawing again, remember? So, yeah, so you can see then if you look at the large red circle, members, there's a cattle house obviously there, so there is an agricultural building there. And then there's a large field behind it. So the area to the right-hand side of the cattle house is effectively flooding, so it wouldn't be suitable for a new house. You wouldn't be able to approve a new dwelling there because of the flooding policies. But if you look to the left of the cattle house, the field then extends back in off the road, and there's a significant area of land there where a dwelling house could be set with a reasonable separation distance from the cattle house and would visually integrate, meet all the visual tests. Now that's just one site that officers would identify. The applicant has a large holding, and I don't know whether there's any others. But again, similar to the last one, we're more than willing to meet out on site and find a site that does meet the visual tests. One thing that has come through today in the speaking rights is the cattle house and the impact on the amenity of a house near it from cattle in it. Now that hasn't been, fully explored, I think, during the application up until today. And certainly there would be merit in the argument being put forward that you can't put a house beside that cattle house because there's so many animals in it, the nuisance, all of that would affect the amenities. So that would be you getting into the exception test and allowing you to look for a site elsewhere. We can use that discussion today as officers and go forward and try and find a suitable site that would integrate on another location. This site, though, for the reasons listed, doesn't integrate. It's just, you know, the prominence of the site and the landscape, the lack of integration, etc., etc. It all fails to meet those. But I'm sure, given the holding that the applicant has, a site could be found somewhere.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just check, there is reference on the map there, that previous map to Cattle
Right.
House? Was that not maybe emphasised in the application? Is that what you're saying? It is indicated on the map as the
Yeah.
Cattle House?
So again, members, you'll note from the report, it does go through the agent's case and why he feels the application meets the planning policy. And it does talk about how he considers the site to visually link with the cattle house. So he thinks it does meet that policy, really. So the issue about you getting exceptions and all that didn't really apply because he thinks it does visually link with it. So you don't need to go into exception. You only need to go into exception if you don't think it visually links. In terms of the issues with why the site was chosen, etc., if you go through that again, it rules out the other areas because of mortgage issues and ownership of land and access, etc. There's not much discussion that I can see upon the impact upon the amenity of residents from a cattle house, cattle numbers, etc. I didn't know it was a dairy. Animals go in there before they go into the dairy. I didn't know that. So, you know, that's all new information that we could take forward in looking at alternative site, members, if you're agreeable to do that.
Okay, Councillor Maguire?
Margaret Kearney, thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Darren. So is it at this juncture it would be right to propose a hold on this particular application similar to the previous? Would that be correct, Paul? Sorry, through the Chair.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Certainly, I think there's issues with integration. The principle of integrating the house on this site is still an issue. So the hold option will give us the opportunity then to explore other options and investigate the situation that Darren's talking about then and all those amenity issues. So I think the hold option is the right option for this one again. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that clarification, Paul. Well, with that, Chair, I'm happy enough to propose a hold, but again, for a period of 2 weeks, with meaningful engagement being the key words in the hold, I believe. So happy enough to propose that, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Devine Gallagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to second the proposal of the hold, please. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I know this is similar to the last one to a certain extent. It's been round and around the circles a couple of times. So we want to get this applicant site, and we want to take into consideration everything that has been said, plus what we have learned today, and thrash that out further. So the hold option is probably the way forward at this time. So I'm prepared to support the whole option for a meaningful discussion to take place. And that's my comments, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's been proposed by Councillor Maguire, seconded by Councillor Devine Gallagher. We're all in agreement, all right? Agreed, members? I'll just ask Darren to sum up at this point.
Okay, members, so the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons listed within the report. Members have decided to go with the hold option. So the application will be delegated back to the nominated officer for decision with no further recommendation to the committee. Officers will hold the issuing of the decision for a period of 2 weeks to allow discussion of potential alternative sites or solutions with the applicant and agent.
Councillor Devine Gallagher, go ahead.
Can I propose a comfort break if we're done on this? Yeah, is that okay?
Seconded by Application number 3 on the list there, and it's LA 10 2025 0026F. And I'll ask Darren to introduce the application for us.
Okay, members, so application number 3, LA 10 2025 0026, a full application for the retention of a cattery. And the applicant then is P. Barron, and the location you can see in Lisbon Law. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the one reason. So members, just go through this. You will recall the application, I'm sure, from the previous meeting. So the site's identified in red, number 15 there, and you can see the red line around the site boundary the applicant owns or has control of. The site, the building itself then is for the retention of a cattery, so it's in situ at the moment. The cattery then has 6 pens, and you can see them there outlined on the screen. The building's about 7.2 by 3.6. So the appearance of the building then, so it has changed since the previous application, members. You can see then it's still the timber cladding and off-white, but there was a mesh area along the front, and the proposal then is to fill that up and remove the mesh. And again, on the side then, the side elevation, the proposal is to close up the existing door with a timber access using timber cladding. So the location then of the building, you can see then the location there beside the applicant's house. So it's the rectangle there just parallel with the gable. I'll just zoom in a bit closer. So you can see then the application site, the cattery then is just immediately adjacent to the gable, and another building then to the side, and the applicant's house then is annotated on the drawing. So putting that over onto the aerial flyover image. So you can see the house and then the unauthorised cattery in the other building nearby. You can also see members in the other third-party houses to the bottom of the slide. So there's 2 detached houses then immediately adjacent to the site. If you're the yellow star member, so if you imagine yourself standing there and you're looking from the yellow star in towards the gable of the cattery or the side of the house, I'll get you a slide of that. Sorry, that's the view from the other side. And that's inside. And that's that view I was talking about, members. So you can see there the side of the house, and the building then is located immediately beside the gable, facing towards the gable with a wooden fence then along the side. If you imagine yourself at that location again, members, and turn around then, and you're looking at the back of the house out towards the neighbours, that's the view you would have there, looking towards the neighbours. So you have 2 detached houses in proximity. You have one on the left and then one on the right, with other houses then further along in the immediate estate. You'll note from the report and from the objectors' comments, there is reference to a catio or another building that cats are kept in, and that's on the other gable. That's it shown on the screen. These are not part of the application and are not part of the business. They're domestic for the applicant's cats only. So, but it gives you an indication of what else is on site. So the recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for reasons listed within the report. Members will note last month then the application was deferred for a noise report to be submitted. So the noise report was received, and we have received comments from Environmental Health. We have an Environmental Health officer here today if you have any questions that you want to raise with them. The report finds the overall predicted noise contributable to the development is anticipated to be low. EHS have reviewed the report and state that given the nature and scale of the development, they cannot sustain an objection. That, members, doesn't automatically mean you meet planning policy. The advice from officers from Environmental Health is advice for the committee and ourselves as planning officers to take as part of a material consideration when making a decision on the application. EHS have raised a number of issues with the report. They consider the nighttime levels to be very low. There's no specific noise standards, guidance, or anything like that criteria for assessing a cattery. The design and the materials of the structure offers less noise attenuation than the more robust construction materials. So it's timber cladding. It's not a concrete block building or a more solid building. The project relies on management practices to control noise, which we can't condition. So you're relying on the applicant to control that through good management. And you also can't, Environmental Health have also said you can't rely on other agencies to manage the impacts. So there may be licenses or other things required. Those are separate from planning permission, and the application must be determined against planning policy. So therefore, whilst the report finds predicted levels of noise are low, an objective judgment of the impact finds the proposal really is not a good neighbour in land use planning terms. When you consider it in respect of its location in the residential area, and having regard to the cumulative impacts from other uses on the site, and having regard to the comments received by the objectors. You'll recall from the last meeting the issues that were raised in terms of the impact upon the amenity. So the planning office would consider that the proposal is not a good neighbour in this residential area, and therefore the proposal is contrary to DE01. It's not a sustainable development. The proposal will unacceptably affect the residential amenity of nearby dwellings in terms of noise and general disturbance.
Okay, thank you, Darren. And we do have representation in support of the application via WebEx. So we have Mr. Robert Brown, the agent, and also Ms. Tracy Barron, the applicant. So you're both very welcome to the planning committee. And I would advise that we have 10 minutes allocated to this part of the meeting. So between yourselves, if you can allocate the time, I will let you know when we reach 9 minutes. And just maybe introduce yourselves before speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Robert Brown. As you're aware, this application was deferred at a previous meeting so that a noise impact assessment could be submitted. This was submitted in due course, and the conclusions were that the cattery is unlikely to cause significant noise disturbance to nearby residents and that its retention is supported by the findings of this assessment. Environmental Health have acknowledged that there is a lack of specific noise standards for catteries and accept that the use of dog kennel guidance and British BS standards is acceptable. Also, they do not object to the proposal and have recommended some conditions. In the planning statement, the department states that the objectors have advised that the cats in the building make an extremely loud sound like a cat in pain or distress. However, there is no evidence on the objector's behalf to confirm what this level of noise is, and the department have taken the word of the objectors regardless. No two people will have the same view what a loud noise is or is not, and this noise could be coming from other cats in the vicinity. The applicant has provided a noise impact assessment confirming that the noise level is low and acceptable. We have submitted an amended plan to include the remedial work included in the noise impact assessment report. The planning report also states that the development would have no impact on the visual amenity of any other neighbouring properties or result in any loss of light or overshadowing of any property. The site is located on the edge of the development limit and not in the centre of any housing development. Given that the evidence of the noise impact assessment report confirms that the noise level is low and the lack of evidence from the objectors, we feel this application should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm Tracy Barron. We meet today to come to a decision regarding the planning approval of my cattery. Further to the previous meeting, a noise report has been carried out at a great financial cost to my small business, but upon request we obtained the relevant report as we want to fully comply with what is asked of us. As contained within the report, the noise levels were low, which was what I expected. My home may be on the edge of a small housing development, but it's also surrounded by fields and situated on a small country road. The survey was carried out over 5 days when my capacity within the cattery was 4 to 6 cats. There is no noise associated with the cattery at all, as cats make very little noise. There is no caterwauling and there never was. The neighbours are not impacted. My own pets also did not impact the noise survey. This cattery has been visited by DAERA 3 or 4 times before being granted a licence. We complied with all their rules and regulations, which is no mean feat. I had, prior to opening, been in constant discussion with them and made all the necessary changes that they requested. It took months prior to opening to ensure compliance with their regulations, which are lengthy. Then, once all adjustments were made, issued my licence, which I inspected for yearly. I've just had my yearly inspection and passed with flying colours. DAERA are very happy to renew my licence for another year and are willing to back my application for planning in writing if necessary. The 4 objections mentioned are by 2 people who blame the cattery for dogs barking, cats pooing in their garden and cats fighting. I unfortunately cannot be held responsible for the actions of local cats who live in the area and indeed from the neighbouring estate. The cats are free to roam and do as they please. They do not fall under the same remit as dogs. There are also serious allegations in regard to me minding dogs, keeping animals in cages and cats in heat caterwauling. This has nothing to do with the cattery business. As I previously stated, my animals are all rescued and neutered and spayed, so no caterwauling occurs. My neighbour has made unfounded complaints to many departments within the council and to DAERA, who have been on site with me on many occasions and know them to be untrue. It has even been stated by her that a licence was issued by the council for the cattery, which isn't the case. If the opposing comments to my planning application were studied closely, you would see that it's a neighbour with an issue with us as opposed to the cattery itself. Robert has drawn up additional plans to show the cattery with modifications, i.e. the front mesh panels covered. This can be done if deemed necessary, as I'm willing to comply fully with planning. I urge you to grant this planning approval on the grounds that no noise has ever been proven by the complainant. Even when asked by Environmental Health to back up the complaints made, none were presented. There is no disruption to the neighbours from the cattery. This is a case of a disgruntled neighbour who has had an issue with our family and family pets, and is using every means possible to cause maximum harm to our family business. The business is incredibly important to me because it means it can be available for my children and my son who has additional needs while bringing in some financial support. The last 10 months have been incredibly difficult mentally because of what we have been put through and the things that have been said publicly. I just want to move on and concentrate on my family and business. Sorry, got lost. I have been a lifeline to a lot of people with regard to somewhere clean and safe for their beloved pets, and my reviews and awards speak for themselves. I was awarded Cattery of the Year for Northern Ireland at the Northern Ireland Pet Awards in September. The business was nominated by the public and voted for by the public, so it is definitely a needed and essential service. I urge you to agree to this planning application on the grounds that no noise has ever been proven and there is no disruption to the neighbour. This is a case of a disgruntled neighbour who has had an issue with our personal pets and is using every means possible to cause maximum harm. This is the only cattery in Fermanagh that caters solely for cats and not attached to a kennels. It is unique and there is an extensive market for this. I've put my heart and soul into this small business and it's so far proving to be a success. Thank you.
Any questions to the applicant or the agent? So provide opportunity for that now. And if there's no questions at this point, then I would thank you both for making representation, and we'll move to the next stage in our meeting. So thank you. Councillor O'Reilly, you have a question?
Are we at the point of asking Darren some questions?
Yeah, I think we can, yeah. Right.
Darren, the noise assessment came back as relatively low and so forth. I may have missed something just in the following comment on it then as to what was causing the unacceptable disturbance to the rest of the vicinity.
Okay, so the noise report came back. Environmental Health provided comments on it. The report itself finds the overall predicted noise attributable from the development is to be low, anticipated to be low. Okay, EHS reviewed it then and said, given the nature and scale of the development, they cannot sustain an objection. Now, that's all material, and that is part of the decision-making process, but it doesn't automatically mean you meet the planning policy. The question is this a good neighbour? And those are two different questions. Your noise report demonstrates the noise standards and the nuisance, and that may come from it. You then have to look at that in isolation and also in accumulation with whatever else is going on the site, take into account the neighbours and objections and the comments they've got, and then decide, is this a good neighbour? And the view of officers is that it is, when you look at the whole thing in the round, it is not a good neighbour, that it is causing a nuisance to the neighbour from the cats, from the various nuisances. Like if you read the comments of the objector, I know the applicant doesn't really agree with that, but they say that they're on evening of 6th of September at 10:30 in the evening in my home when the cats began fighting. Noise was so loud, clearly heard in our house with the windows closed. So comments like that all must be taken into account when you're making a decision on this application.
Okay, and can we have some clarification then? Does those comments come from one individual, or is there a number of individuals making those comments?
Yeah. So that came from one person, but there are objections from the neighbours. I understand it's 2 neighbours, but there's one in particular, number 15, that has been submitting objections, and they have a fairly lengthy, detailed objection. That's not uncommon these days. We do get them now. They are getting longer and longer, but it's the content within that. When you read through the objection and what she's saying and the issues that are being raised, is pulling in this cumulative impact that the cattery brings in the cats, and cumulative impact with all the other nuisances and things that are going on means it's not a good neighbour.
Well, Chair, if there's no other questions, unless Paul wants to come in there.
I think members, on the only one thing that I wanted to advise was all the reports and all the assessments are based on good practice, which we can control. Darren has set that out within the report. So this is all based on there being good practice by the applicant. But unfortunately, we can't control that. We can't put that on as a condition. So it's all predicated on what we can control. Amenity as well, members, just to sort of set the context of what amenity is, it's set out in the plan strategy there, 2.4. So it's just generally defined as the positive element or elements that contribute to the overall character and enjoyment of an area. So amenities, enjoying your rear gardens, your house, all those positive elements. And I know the applicant disagrees with the objectors, but they have raised concerns, members, about the noise and the issues, and that's impacting on their amenity. And it's just back to the initial point, is just we have no control over the management practices, member. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we were minded to go against the officers and put in for plan, or give a reason why we maybe. How far can we go with conditions? Additions around it. I mean, some of it's been explained, but could we say, Darren alluded to it, in that a concrete solid wall should be built across the back that would maybe further mitigate for the neighbours. I mean, it's countryside, it's open countryside on one side, and nobody knows what's going to happen in those fields in the future. But to make it good neighbours, if there was some sort of physical hard block, which we know is better at blocking sound than a wooden shed, would that be something we could put into conditions? We can't put in conditions about how they run the premises, but can we put conditions on what they can physically do on the site to help us assure ourselves that we've done everything we can do?
In terms of conditions, obviously members will be aware there's tests for planning conditions, and they must meet those. So you can't just put them on because we would like them to be there. The only conditions really that I could see or could advise that we could put on are the proposed changes that are to be carried out. So the wire mesh that's there is going to be closed up with cladding, timber cladding. You can condition that to be carried out within a certain time period. And that's coming from the mitigation measures that the noise report is identifying. Now, the noise report doesn't identify any other mitigation measures. It's not saying you need a wall or you need a fence along that side, Bernie. So I think it would be unreasonable to put the applicant to the cost of that. If they want to do that themselves, they can do that. But I think it wouldn't be reasonable for us as a committee and a council to make them do that. Certainly make them do the remedial works to the building, but not a wall.
Councillor Maguire.
Again, this one's causing me some difficulty in the reading of the reason for refusal. As the applicant indicated there, the cats are all splayed and neutered, and that avoids the cattle whaling or caterwauling, whatever the term is. So I'd be interested to know what the quantity of the loss of amenity is to the neighbours, because from the physical building on that other side of the gable, quite a distance away. And again, the house is backing onto an open field as opposed to backing onto a neighbour. So I have difficulty to quantify the loss of amenity to the neighbours. If there's no noise, 6 or whatever number of cats already splayed, not squawking, not in breeding condition, so they're not doing the noisy bits that we all hear around our own estates. Don't really regard it as a loss of amenity if a cat's squawking out the back myself. So, as I say, how do you quantify it? And again, as the applicant said, there is a difference in how you evaluate how dogs are kept and what conditions they are kept in, because as far as I know, and I might need to be corrected, but cats are still described as wild animals as opposed to domestic animals, and they're free to roam as such. So I'm thinking, if that cattery is not there, do all these cats roam the country and become a bigger nuisance somewhere else? So I have difficulty quantifying the loss of amenity, given that the report indicates the noise is fairly low. So I'd be minded to go against the offers and propose that we grant this planning application. And as I say, my reason for it is I don't believe that there's that quantifiable loss of residential amenity.
Just before I bring Darren in, councillor, again, it's hard to quantify. I'm having difficulty myself around amenity here. Would there be any acceptable number of cats? I think the limit on this is 8 cats. Is that right? Would there be any acceptable number of cats that would not cause loss of amenity is one question. And the other thing is, I suppose, similar to what Councillor Maguire said, could a neighbour have 8 cats, and could that be stopped? Could a neighbour actually have 8 cats? Because I know that in the past there was probably 8 cats at my home house. And I think people knew they had a habit of dropping them off. They knew where they'd get looked after or whatever. So that's another angle that potentially you could have 8 cats beside you and maybe have no planning application made in respect of it.
Yes, in respect of Councillor Maguire's, I think that's more comments and views of what you were saying, and those views would, are reasonable to put forward and can be used to sustain the proposal. In terms of me as a planning officer trying to prove a negative, in other words, we have a large report shows that there will be no real nuisance. I don't have a report, and I can't get a report to say the opposite type of thing. What I do have, though, is I can give you information on what the neighbours are saying and submitting to you, and you have that in the report. You have to balance those against each other, and that's the decision for you to make as decision maker. In respect of the number of cats you can have at your house, there is case law on dogs, and I'm sure it applies to cats as well. So you can keep a certain number of dogs at your house without it turning into a commercial business or the change of use occurring, and that number is normally about 6. So you can have 6 dogs. Now, those are all matters of fact and degree. You could have 4 dogs and they could be causing severe nuisance to neighbours, and planning officers in the council may say, no, a change of use has occurred. So it's not just a number. A number is a very difficult thing to rely on. It's whether or not a change of use has occurred. Councillor Campbell's house with no complaints, so 6 cats at his house wouldn't be a change of use. Another site, there may be a change of use occurred by 6 cats. So it's not necessarily the number, it's the impact from those cats on neighbours. And these are the decisions we as a council have to make today.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So when the cats come to the cattery, the lady puts the cats into a hold. So she has total control of the cats. So whether they go outside or not, or stay within that area. So they're not roaming. So you've cats around this whole area could be roaming and making all the noise. Her cats, I would imagine, I don't know, but I can't see them making a pile of noise if they're in a cattery on their own, not with another cat. And you could petition them off if there was going to be any noise between one cat and another, anything she herself, I'm sure, could put up a petition to stop them even seeing each other or whatever. So I'm having difficulty, I'm having difficulty with refusing this. I really am. Did you proposed? Okay, so I'm going to second that proposal. Please and thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I'm going to bring in councillor Thompson at this point.
Thank you, Chair. And I know it's been proposed and seconded there, but just a quick question. And you referred yourself there, Chair, to your home place, probably before you were married or whatever. Maybe 6 cats at the house. I know my home place, there might have been 1 cat when I lived in the middle of a housing estate. Now, I think if I had 6 cats in the middle of a housing estate, there'd have been a lot of complaints. But I'm just, is there a differentiate? Can we differentiate between, you know, being in a housing estate and
Country.
out on an open farm or associated buildings like that? I'd like to hear the officer on that one.
Seems fair, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're sort of straining the issues, members that are outside of the application, and just be cautious about these discussions. What's before you is an application to retain a commercial cattery. So it is a business that requires planning permission. And that's the question before you. In terms of keeping 6 cats that you own at your house, as I said, but whether you live in the town or you live in the country, whether a change of use has occurred really depends on what impact that those cats will be causing. And that's the thing we as planning officers would make a judgment on having regards to case law and various other things. 6, though, is a nice round number that the courts have previously said about dogs. And it's a good starting point for me when you look at it in that context. But 6 in the country obviously will be different to 6 in an inner city housing estate or an inner city town.
Okay, thank you, Darren, for that. Any further questions at all? Sorry, we do have a proposal and seconded. Go ahead, councillor.
And just a question on the back of that. As you say, this is a commercial enterprise, and the applicant indicated she has been inspected by DAERA. Or maybe you're not aware, Darren, are the inspections by DAERA an annual event, or are they only on request? And indeed, is there inspections of this type of development similar to the puppy farms, etc.? They're inspected, I think, by council, environmental health people on a regular basis. I'm just wondering, is there possibly environmental health checks on this and regular DAERA checks on this as a commercial enterprise? Are you aware of that, Darren, please?
Yeah, that's an important issue, members, but it's also very important to remember we're dealing with planning permission. That is separate from any licenses or consents that may be granted from other bodies. And environmental health have actually said that in the report, you cannot rely on other agencies to manage this development. So if you think this is okay on its merits, you granted planning approval. Other agencies then will look after their legislative requirements and responsibilities.
Okay, members, we do have a proposal and a seconded, proposed by councillor Maguire, seconded by councillor Devine Gallagher, that we go against the officer's recommendation and grant approval. Are we all in agreement? Okay, we have 1 member against, and councillor Thompson and councillor Rainey are against. The majority then in favour. So that is, I'll ask Darren to sum up.
So, members, the recommendation was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 1 reason. Members have decided to go contrary to the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission for the retention of the development. In terms of conditions, members, if I could ask, that could be delegated back to officers. We will review and see what conditions need to be applied. As I say, there'll need to be a condition in relation to the provision of those remedial works. And we'll also discuss with the applicant about the number, because they're saying 6 to 8, and they don't have capacity for any more. So we liaise with them just to see what number that is reasonable to put on and appropriate. It'll either be 6 or 8. So we'll just clarify that with them. Confirm that. Other than that, members, there'll be no other conditions.
And they're happy with those conditions, yeah? Yeah. Okay. All agree, that's fine. Moving on now then to application number 4. So that's LA 10 2025 0294. Oh yeah, sorry, we have 1 councillor to come back in, Councillor Mahan. So we'll just hold off. Okay. So now application number 4 then is LA 10 2025 0294. Oh, Darren's
Yep.
going to deduce it.
So application number 4 then, members, an outline application for dwelling and garage on a farm, and it's 250294/0. The lands are on the Shanara Road then in Dromore, and the applicant is H. Colton. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 reasons. Just to give you an update, members, we have representation from Colette McNulty, Councillor Colette McNulty, received on the 20th of October. And it says, I wish to support planning application LA10 2025-02940. I believe that this application should be approved because a farm dwelling will benefit our rural farming community. Kind regards, Councillor McNulty. There's also a request then from the agent for a deferral, which was received on the 21st of October. So yesterday, it states that the client for this one has asked, is there a possibility for delay as the councillor who called the application in is currently in China as part of council business and will not be able to take part in the discussions on the application, which it is presumed to be his intentions. The client is content to defer to November committee. Obviously, members, planning officers wouldn't welcome a deferral. We have a big enough agenda today, and next month is looking quite similar. So the request for the delay wouldn't fall within our planning committee protocol anyway. So if members are content, I would suggest we carry on.
Just invite your opinion on that, members. A request for deferral. Propose that we proceed. Is that right, Councillor Thompson? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if we need a seconder for that. Councillor Irvine, it's all agreed, members? It's like we're all in agreement then, don't see anyone. Yeah, okay.
Okay, carry on then. So members, the application then, as I say, it's the Shanara Road in Dromore. The red line then identifies the site boundary. And you can see then the adjacent lands, other lands within the applicant's control. So a considerable amount of land and holding within the blue land. Just to zoom in a bit closer to the application site. So it's comes in off the road. You can see a narrow strip of the red line coming in off the road, and then there's like a rectangular shape around the application site, which is annotated then on the screen. To the right of the site then is the farm complex, and you can see that again shown on the plans. Further along the road then to the top left, you can see other buildings, and I'll come on to those in a second. So just to go through then the visuals, again, this is looking down, you can see the site then is identified by the yellow star. Further on up the road, you can see number 7, number 5 and number 9. Those are dwelling houses then, set along the 2 of them along the road edge and one then at the back, and the farm group then to the right hand side. Just overlaying that onto the Ordnance Survey flyover images, you can see the farm group on the right, the site then the yellow star, and those other buildings then further along the road. So I'll go through the reasons for refusal then. So it's continued to DO4 again, the visual tests, adverse impact and visual amenity, lack of integration, relying on substantial landscaping for integration and prominence. So that's the site. And you can see then, members, there's nothing on the ground to distinguish it from the field. The red line, outline boundary just is drawn on the plans, but there's no way of distinguishing it on the site. Critical views then, members, these are Google Street View images, but they do give a very good representation of what's going on the site. So if you're driving along, you can see the farm group on the left, and the site then is across the road on the right. So we'll just move up the road. As you come to the junction, you can see then the large field on the right, and the site then is in that area roughly where the red line is. And as you go along, as I say, there's no field boundaries or means of identifying the proposed site within the larger field. Turning then and looking back on yourself, you have the farm group on the right. You drive along the road, you can see then the field is on the left, and the site then is just an artificial cutout of the large field. So there's no site boundaries to distinguish it from the rest of the field, and no sense of enclosure. And again, then you just come along, you can see no means of even knowing where it is on the ground. So reason 2, contrary to DO5, is the change in rural character and resultant suburban style build-up of development, add to ribbon of development, and would create the potential for infill development opportunities. So we take the first 3 then, change the rural character, the suburban style build-up, and add to a ribbon. You can see the policy clarification then says proposals which add to or create ribbon development are considered detrimental to rural character. So at the moment we have, you can see in the plans, top left there, number 1 and number 2 are 2 existing houses. You then have a gap towards our application site at number 3. So this will clearly create a ribbon of development of 3 houses along the edge of the road, contrary to the policy, and then also will create a change to the rural character. In terms of the end of that 4th bullet point, creating the potential for development opportunities, our site is the yellow box. If there's a new house developed there, there's potential then for a dwelling to be in the red square to create a line of 4 buildings along the edge of the road. That would be supported by our plan strategy. It would create a ribbon of development, but would meet the HOU 13 policies as an infill opportunity. So approval of this will create an infill opportunity, and that's contrary to what the policy's aiming to do. So members, just to go through is the reasons for refusal. Adverse impact on visual amenity, can't be integrated, relies on substantial new integration, results in suburban style build-up of development, doesn't respect the traditional pattern of settlement exhibited in the area, and add to ribbon of development, create potential infill opportunities.
Thank you, Darren. So we do have speaking rights in respect of this application. So I would invite Mr. Kevin McConnell, who is the agent, to come forward to my left. So you're very welcome to the planning committee. We have 10 minutes allocated to this part of the meeting, so after about 9 minutes, I'll give you I'll let you know, and you can wrap up at that point. So in your own time, sir, go ahead. Yep.
Chair and members, thank you for this opportunity to address the committee. My name is Kevin McConnell. I work for KM Planning, and I'm representing the applicant, Mr. Hugh Colton, in respect to this outline application. Let's see. So the proposal is for a farm dwelling at Chinera Road, Dromore. I'll briefly outline the site context, the proposed development and the policy position, and why we believe the proposal fully meets the policy tests within the local development plan. But a background context then, obviously, that Darren has covered, but the site lies in Chinera Road, approximately 2 miles northeast of Dromore, forms part of an established farm holding and sits directly opposite the main farm complex. You can see here the relationship between the proposed site, outlined in red, and the existing farm buildings in blue to the right, showing how the dwelling would visually link with the farm group across the road. Changing. Sorry, that's not slide. Oh, there we go. The proposed development. So this is an outline proposal for a 1.5-storey farm dwelling and garage. The site has been carefully chosen to cluster and visually link with the existing farm buildings while being safely separated from the operational yard for amenity and safety reasons. Access and sight lines are achievable, and the design will incorporate SUDs, biodiversity, planting, energy efficiency measures consistent with the LDP sustainability objectives. And in terms of policy framework, the proposal has been assessed against the Planning Act, the SPPS and the Local Development Plan. Policy HOU 11 supports new dwellings for active and established farm businesses. And the applicant's DERA business ID confirms that the farm has been active for over 6 years. Policies DE 4 and 5 address integration and rural character, and we believe that both are satisfied here. Importantly, there's also a relevant precedent from February 2025, where a similar farm dwelling across a road was approved, confirming that visual linkage can be achieved in such circumstances. Consultations, Environmental Health requested further noise information because there is a nearby turbine. The Department for Roads has confirmed that acceptable access standards can be approved. NI Water, DERA and NI Water Management all raised no objections, and the standard conditions apply. Finally, there were no third-party objections received to this application, indicating that the proposal is locally acceptable. Policy compliance then. So turning to HOU 11, this proposal satisfies all 4 tests. Firstly, the farm has been active, as I've said previously. Secondly, no sites have been sold off. Thirdly, the proposed dwelling visually links and clusters with the existing farm group on Chinera Road, consistent with recent committee precedent. And finally, no farm dwelling has been approved on this holding within the last decade, so all 4 policy tests are clearly met. The officer's report raised 5 main concerns in terms of refusal reasons. 1 being visual impact, landscape integration, prominence, rural character and sustainability. In response, we'll demonstrate that the site is naturally enclosed, low-lying and has strong visual containment. It reads as part of an existing farm cluster rather than as an isolated prominent feature. The design will respect rural character, avoid ribboning and meet the LDP's aims in terms of sustainable farm-based housing. So, in front of these members, there's 2 images. Firstly, the one at the top coming from the Eglish Road. So you can see from the main farm building in the background how the proposed dwelling would read as part of the existing group. From both directions, the site sits within the wider farm context and does not appear as a standalone or visually intrusive development. Existing vegetation, whilst Darren had alluded that this is a cutout from the existing field. Yes, there is a red line, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that there are other boundaries within that field that achieve integration. So the aerial image above shows existing boundary vegetation around the site, and there are established hedgerows combined with additional planting proposed at reserved matter stage will further assist this visual integration. The dwelling will sit neatly within the field pattern, maintaining the rural dwelling landscape character and minimising a wider visibility impact. Other material considerations. 1 key consideration is the relationship to the nearby wind turbine. The proposed dwelling is positioned well outside the turbine buffer, ensuring no shadow flicker or noise impact. The site can also maintain safe separation from the working farmyard, reducing the risk from machinery and livestock movement. Importantly, it still remains a functional link to the farm while ensuring good residential amenity in terms of noise, odour and safety. Other material considerations to note are the site's choice also protects land beside the existing yard for future agricultural expansion. The applicant continues to assist the family farm but isn't involved in the daily operation, so this separation is both practical and policy compliant. And finally, there's a clear precedent in similar cases approved by this committee confirming that visual linkage across a road is acceptable where the buildings read as one group, exactly as we have here. Site constraints. This plan illustrates the overall farm holding and a turbine buffer there shown in like a light yellow, if you can see. This shows where the dwelling is going to be related in the green house or the green square, and it sits comfortably outside that zone, avoiding any potential effects from the wind turbine. Many alternative sites were discounted for being too close to the turbine or the working yard, reinforcing that this is the only practical and policy compliant location available to the holding. Members, I'm now going to take you through the other alternative sites that were considered as part of this prior to submitting this application to give you an understanding of why we have chosen the site that we're at today. So site number 1 lies beside, as the first option, was discounted as it creates a ribbon along the existing farm complex. It also lies within the turbine buffer zone and is too close to the active farmyard, giving rise to potential amenity and safety conflicts. Site number 2 that you'll see, this site does not visually link or cluster with the main group and therefore would be unacceptable under policy HOU 11. It would also create an infill type opportunity along the road contrary to policy. Site number 3, this location would add to an existing ribbon of development along the roadside. It fails to cluster or visually connect with the main farm buildings and appears as a standalone dwelling in the landscape. Site number 4, this site also fails to visually link or cluster with established farm group. It would create an infill gap site and contribute to roadside build-up and undermine rural character. Site number 5. Similarly, this option would not visually link with the farm cluster and would result in infill type development. It would erode the rural pattern and contribute to suburbanisation along this stretch of road. Site number 6. This site shares the same issues. It doesn't visually connect with the farm group and would create an undesirable infill opportunity. It fails to integrate naturally and within the existing field pattern. Site number 7. This option sits too close to the active farmyard and within the turbine buffer zone. It would also add to roadside ribboning, impacting both amenity and visual integration. And site number 8, this site would contribute to ribbon development and create an infill gap back towards the main farm complex and would therefore conflict with the rural character and pattern of development. Site number 9. The final alternative lies partially within the turbine buffer zone and an area of flood or surface water flooding. It would also form a ribbon or pattern of development, making it unsustainable in planning and environmental terms. So the final slide shows all the alternative sites considered across the holding. As you can see, each had clear constraints, either proximity to the turbine, amenity conflicts with the farm, flood risk or ribboning concerns. The chosen site shown in red avoids a majority of these issues and represents the only viable and policy compliant location within the holding. So chosen site justification. This slide summarizes why the chosen site is the most appropriate location within the farm holding. It clusters and visually links with existing farm buildings, fully satisfies the policy test of HOU 11. It's positioned outside the turbine buffer, avoids noise and shadow flicker, and is safely distanced from the farmyard to protect residential amenity. The site benefits from natural enclosure and integrates well within the surrounding landscape with no flooding or access constraints identified. The aerial view highlighted highlights the factors that promote good integration. The existing field boundaries shown in green provide a strong natural backdrop. The site's flat topography and proximity to the farm group enhance visual linkage, ensuring that the dwelling reads as part of the wider farm cluster. And integration isn't simply about planting new hedges or trees. It's about how the proposal sits naturally within the landscape and its existing rural pattern, which this site achieves. Finally, members, there are a number of control measures that are available to officers and yourselves today. So to provide members with further assurance, and these are as follows. The exact position of the dwelling can be shaded on the approval plan and conditioned. A landscape plan can be required at reserve matter stage, and the ridge height can also be controlled to ensure the dwelling remains low profile and well integrated.
We're just at 9 minutes now there.
Perfect, nearly finished. So policy compliance with these proposed conditions, the proposal aligns with the design policies. It safeguards amenity, delivers a high quality design, sustains rural communities and integrates naturally within the countryside setting. There's no conflict with rural character or settlement setting policies confirming that this is a design-led and policy-compliant proposal. Finally, members, in summary, the proposal fully complies with HOU 11 as an active farm, established dwelling, visually linked clusters with the existing buildings. It's well integrated, low-lying, consistent with rural design guidance. The site also ensures health and safety and amenity are protected, while recent committee precedent supports the interpretation of visual linkage across the road. Any minor matters can be managed by condition, and under Section 6 of the Planning Act, the material considerations clearly justify a positive determination. Accordingly, Chair and members, I respectfully request that the application be approved with the recommended conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on the 10 minutes there. An opportunity, members, for any questions you have for the agent here, Councillor O'Reilly.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Can I take you back to the visual amenity? And total lack of integration from around the site. You're relying on planting, you're relying on that, but we have to assess what's on the ground at this specific time. So maybe you'd give me something more than what you intend to plant. So that's one question there. And I suppose this is relevant in that these are the issues that are put in front of us by the officers then you took us through the various sites there, and you quoted the close proximity or so or not to the farm holdings in the various sites. This site would result in a suburban style build-up with creating the ribbon pattern then. And on top of that, you would have the gap site, which could be, you didn't cover that one at all and this sort of been clearly set out as a major obstacle in it. So maybe you'd like to talk me through the infill development site, the ribbon development, the suburban build-up, and the lack of integration.
Happy to. So whilst, yes, I've covered off all the alternative sites, this is probably the best of a bad bunch as such. And all of them have their flaws, but I believe that this is the best. Yes, it's not perfect. But with the conditions that we're proposing, I believe that integration could be achieved. Integration isn't just about planting hedges or trees. It's about where you sit in relation to the buildings that are around you. So, for example, the farm buildings that are across the road, this building should integrate with that and visually link and cluster. And that in itself helps achieve integration. In terms of the gap site, yes, it creates a gap site, but there were a number of other options that also created a gap site, and I've explained that to the case officer on a number of occasions, that whilst, yes, this does create a gap site, the other options across the road either are ribboning or creating a gap site. So, but it's basically a double-edged sword. No matter where the farm dwelling goes, we're always going to be in conflict with another policy. And so we have to take the best opportunity that is available to us and take into control all the material considerations that I've outlined. And this is the best site that's available to the client. I've discussed other sites with the case officer, and I welcome that. But again, as I've outlined today, on an extensive, portrayal of 9 sites that we've been looking at, all of them have more issues or more negatives than this site. And the client is entitled to a farm dwelling under policy HOU 11. And the thrust of the policy in the LDP is that we want people living in the rural area. So if we are 90% there, then I think we should be able to negotiate our condition to bring us the other 10 or 5%. Does that satisfy you? Thank you.
Any further questions for our agent here? If not, then I would thank you, Mr. O'Connell, for your presentation and invite you to return to the gallery at this point. An opportunity now for any questions or comments from our officers. Go ahead, Darren.
Members, I'm happy to take any questions here. I think it's a good example really of where the hold option is of benefit to the members, and I would encourage you to do that because there are alternative sites that would work and they're not affected by the turbine and would meet our plan strategy. So we as officers, if there's a willingness to work with us, we will be able to find those sites and go with those. This site, just I know the agent is of the view it meets 90%. I'd say it meets very little, if any, of the policies. It does cluster with the farm group, which is in its benefit, but after that you really are failing a lot of planning policy tests.
Councillor Maguire.
Just a question on that. The agent did indicate that he had discussed other sites with the case officer. Are you aware that that was a formal attempt to find an alternative site, or was it?
Yeah, so if you note, members, in the report now, there's a comment, a section, discussion with the applicant and planning officers, and we're putting that in just to let you see what's going on. So when the application came in, we contacted the agent, who's not Kevin, by the way, it's a different person, and who submitted the application. So we contacted that agent, and at that stage, we give him 2 weeks to come in with alternatives or discussions and look for those. That's the opportunity we say to people, listen, can we go and look at alternative sites? The response was he would not be submitting any further information for consideration regarding the above application, and stated, I'd be grateful if you could let me know if you're putting it onto the planning committee schedule as a refusal. That's what we get in response. So the negotiations can only happen after you make your decision.
That's not exactly the way it's supposed to work, as far as I'm aware. I think the rest of us sitting here believe there is a different process out there, which maybe of more beneficial to applicants. Maybe that's worth considering.
Certainly, we're like, we do it all the time, and we're willing. And there's certain agents, when you get the 2 weeks notice, they do come in and they do negotiate, and we find alternatives. But the response generally is, I have to wait till after the committee, and that's when the negotiations really take place. Which is
fire in an application and leave us to decide the policy. That's not, I don't think, the way it's supposed to work. Anyway, besides that, we'll have that discussion after. Could I propose that we put a hold on this so that there's formal discussions about alternative sites? Happy to propose, Chair.
Councillor Maguire. Councillor Devine Gallagher, go ahead there. Sorry, just.
Yeah, yeah, so I would be inclined to go for the hold for 2 weeks as well.
You happy to second the proposal then?
Proposal, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Proposal then to hold for 2 weeks for alternative discussions with the officers. Are we all in agreement with that, members? Okay, I'll ask Darren to sum up, members.
Apologies. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for LA 10 2025-0294. Refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to 3 reasons. Members have decided to hold the application. So the application will be delegated back to the nominated officer for decision with no further recommendation to the planning committee. Officers will hold the issuing of a decision for a period of 2 weeks to allow discussion of potential alternative options or solutions with the applicant and agent.
Carrying on now to application. Application number 5 is LA 10 2025-0335F. And I'll ask Darren to introduce this application.
Okay, members, so application 5, LA 10 2025-0335. It's a full application with a change of use from beauticians to residential accommodation, and also includes changes to windows on the Kelvin Road and an additional window at the rear of the property. Location then is 3 Kelvin Road in Omagh, and the applicant's Kay O'Kane. The recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 3 reasons. So I'll just take you through the details, members. So the on screen you can see the plans that accompany the application. I'll just zoom in on the site location plan. So you can see the red line then identifies the location of the site. So on the where the black arrow is, it says location of meter. That's the Kelvin Road. You have the building then fronting onto the Kelvin Road. It includes then a flat roof area out the back. And you can see then there's steps and then an area entitled bin storage. So the red line includes the whole building and an area then out the back where the bin store is going to go. So what's proposed then and what's existing? So on the left, you'll see the existing plans, and on the right is the proposed. So existing ground floor will not change really, other than the access then the opening will be blocked up. So you'll be able to come in the door and go up the stairs instead of being able to turn into the existing premises. The first floor then is where the change of use really will occur. So on the left is the existing. You can see the various rooms, consultation rooms, etc. Those will be changed and the building converted then to a 2-bed flat or apartment. So you can see bedroom 1 and then bedroom 2, the stairs and then the shower room and the kitchen, dining and living area out the back. And at the bottom then you can see a new window to be created at the back of the property to allow light into the kitchen, dining and living room. Then on the second floor, you have the existing on the left and the proposed on the right, so no change to it. It's a separate flat access to the rear by those stairs. So just to go back to our building then, members, you'll see first floor, the front of the building on the Kelvin Road's first floor, but the changes in the topography mean the back of the building is actually at ground level. So that you'll see that when I come on to the slides. So the front of the building then, existing in the top and proposed then is in the bottom. So no real change other than a minor change to the windows, barely perceptible. So no impact or no issues with that at all. And that's the building itself. So you can see the windows. And then around the back, I say, when you, with the change in levels, you can see the change in the split level. So the new window opening then at the back of the property, as shown on the screen. And then you can see that where the red rectangle is going, that's where the new window will be. So the issues and the reason for refusal. So one of the issues is that the layout doesn't demonstrate a high quality built environment, as it doesn't provide or maintain any usable garden space, which is proportionate to the proposed residential development. So this is a 2-bedroom flat. And you can see the size of it, so it's a good size 2-bedroom flat. There is no private amenity space at all. There's no yard or anywhere at all for the occupants to store bicycles and various other equipment. There is a bin store proposed, and it's out the back, and I'll show you that in a second, but there is nowhere for the residents to have some private amenity space or personal space. There's no balcony even or anything like that. In terms then of the public open space, you can see the area of green space. I'm sure members know it well, that the Kelvin Road car park there, and there is an area of public open space, but no private open space. And I think during COVID times, we all realised just how important private open space is. And also for the storage of bicycles and various other equipment that people may have. It's very difficult to carry those upstairs. So the bin store then is around the back. As you come out the property, down past the bookies and round the corner of the gable. And then you go up the hill or up the slope past the back of the pub, and then you You can see you'll come along there, come along the yellow arrow, and then you have the flat area where the concrete and the bins are stored at the moment, where the red line is. So what's proposed then is to put a bin store in there. So the bins at least will be stored in an enclosure. They'll be well screened inside a wooden structure. So visually, there's no issues with them. And it will be a big improvement on the current arrangements. However, as I say, members, the issue really is that there's no private amenity space and nowhere for them to store bins other than way around the back of the property. So the recommendations then is to refuse for the reasons listed within the report. And
Thank you, Darren. We do have speaking rights in respect to the application, so I'd invite Mr. Les Ross forward. And we've 10 minutes allocated, as you know, so in your own time. And as always, I'll let you know when we reach that 9-minute mark. On here, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. Hello. I'm working off a laptop here, so hopefully it doesn't all go wrong for me, but I didn't have a chance to print out my statements. But anyway, this application, as you know, seeks permission to convert this unused first floor commercial space in the town centre to a self-contained residential flat. As Darren says, it's a good sized flat. At the minute, it's the upstairs of a hairdresser's. The hairdresser there has moved out, and the applicant's been unable to find anybody who wants an upstairs space as well. This is a good solution, the applicant believes. So I believe the proposal is policy compliant and it should be approved. So I'm just going to address briefly the 3 reasons for refusal. The first is general policy about quality of design. As you know, that's a general policy. It's actually resolved if you agree that the other issues are set aside. Reason 2 is garden space, HOU 05 Part D. As Darren said, it requires usable garden space proportionate to the proposed residential development. So in this case, providing a garden is practically impossible, and that's due to the first floor location within a tight urban site. However, members, this property is within the town centre area. It has immediate access to public open spaces, as you've just seen in the slide. It's got access to the pedestrian networks of the urban area, and it's just got that easy access to all the various amenities of the town centre. And there's a balance there between the amenity that someone has in one part of the town and someone has in a town centre location. And policy HOU 5 is flexible in that respect. It allows consideration of the context and the character of the property where it is. And more importantly, members, policy HOU 07 is actually a specific policy for the conversion to self-contained flats. And that policy does not require private garden space. It doesn't mention private garden space. It focuses on internal floor space, layout, access, and bin storage. So it's clear that the plan strategy recognises this idea of living above the shop. You know, the conversion of spaces to residential in the town centre is rarely compatible with the provision of private gardens. So in respect of this issue of HOU 5D, I suggest to your committee that HOU 07 should be given greater weight in this case, because it is the specific policy that deals with the matter. But nonetheless, HOU 05D does talk about proportionate to the particular proposal. So the third reason is bin and waste storage, and that's policy HOU 7, which I've just mentioned, which sets out the 4 criteria for conversion to a self-contained flat. And I thought Darren's comment was helpful, that it's going to be a vast improvement over what's there at the moment in respect of how the bins are stored outside. And in terms of those 4 criteria, there's only one issue that's been raised. 3 are okay, but there's this issue about the bin storage. And the issue is that the resident will have to go out the front door of the property and walk around the back to put rubbish in the bins. So what does the policy say? It talks about adequacy. Is the bin storage proposal adequate? It doesn't say what adequate is. That's up to the decision maker to decide. So in this case, residents will be able to access it conveniently, and it's practical, it's safe, it's tidy, and it's an arrangement that's typical for very many town centre properties. So it's proportionate to the scale of the proposal, and it's compliant, in my view, with HOU 07. Just to finish up, Chair, just want to touch on this promotion of living over the shop. This proposal supports wider strategic aims of revitalising town centres by bringing vacant floor space back into use, by increasing footfall, natural surveillance of the town centre areas, to providing more evening activity, and it contributes in a modest degree to housing supply in sustainable locations. And if we apply standards designed for suburban housing to town centre conversions, we risk discouraging much needed regeneration in our town centre areas. So for these reasons, I respectfully ask committee that you overturn the refusal, the recommendation to refuse, and that you approve the application on the basis that, number 1, the proposal is a quality design that meets all the policy requirements. 2, private garden space is not required in this context. This location offers excellent access to public open space and town centre amenities, and there's no conflict with the policy HOU 05. And then number 3, in terms of HOU 07, the bin storage proposal is secure and practical, which means that it's more than adequate, and that's the key phrase, more than adequate, and therefore it's fully compliant with policy HOU 07. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions at all for our agent at this point? Okay, there seems to be no questions, so thank you. Oh, go ahead, Councillor. There's at least 2 now. Councillor Riley.
Is there any way that the application can be modified at all to give you some back entrance to allow you a more direct, as opposed to coming around the front to your bins and all the rest? I appreciate not every flat has the amenity and all the rest outside, so, but that would help.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor. I mean, that's the obvious solution here, is put a door out the back. So the applicant here is actually an architect as well, and she has looked at various different ways of opening a door out, but because of the change in levels at the back and the character of little footpath there, it's practically impossible to do. You'd end up with a very convoluted set of steps to get from the level in the flat and onto the street. And I mean, without going in, if you're standing out there, you can see it, but it's just not practicable to do. It can't really practically be done, Councillor. It's been looked at thoroughly, because I think that would have really solved the issue for the planning officers as well.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor McLahry.
Yeah, it's something similar to what Councillor O'Reilly was saying, and again, it's this amenity, and I know the area quite well, and I understand the topography of it that is. But I'm looking at this photograph and there's different surfaces there, and generally that would indicate different degrees of ownership. One's assuming the tarmac belongs to either the housing executive or DFI Roads, and the other. I think with a bit of creative work and a bit of digging work, I think you could resolve that problem for the access. Looking at it, sorry, yeah, that's the photograph I'm looking at. I can see different lines there, and if the land, if it is, I mean, some form of fencing just to make it a private area, because it's licensed premises next door, or it used to be. I'm not sure whether the way bar, maybe some of the OMA councillors could say, but the way in, or it was mainly patrons, and then there was a bookies next door or something. It's all linked in, but for some reason, some people in our society, when they have a little bit too much to drink, they seem to think it's funny to turn bins upside down and stuff. As a former police officer, it's some sort of problem alcohol causes, I think, to people. So somewhere secure to put your bin would be a great plus. I think, and I'm looking at that, even with the way the ground is, with a bit of split in there, I think there's some way you could work that in, is my opinion. And so I'm just wondering, is that something you could look at again?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Yeah, look, it has been thoroughly investigated, and I'll maybe touch on a project I was involved with up in Port Stewart earlier this year, where I was working for the National Trust trying to get a new set of steps from disabled toilets down onto the beach, and we ended up with something that was about 50 metres long, and a horrible mess of stuff, because from a building control point of view, you have to have certain flat stopping points, slopes, steps have to certain widths, and just building control, and quite rightly, I guess, because it all needs to be safe and compliant with health and safety and disabled access and all of that. But you just end up with a minefield, and you end up with something that in this particular case practically just cannot be accommodated within the space that's available there, without compromising footpaths, then having to move other things. It becomes such a dramatic sort of solution that it undermines the viability of just going ahead, of actually doing this fairly simple flat conversion, providing a living over the shop opportunity. And I'd ask members to be mindful of this idea. I touched on it. You're not going to have perfect solutions whenever you're dealing with conversions of flats in these tight urban sites. There are compromises that need to be made, but overall, this provides a high quality, a good sized flat, which will suit the needs of different people in the community, and add to the vitality of the town centre area. You're not going to find perfect solutions. All of these sites are difficult to develop.
Thank you for that response. Any further questions at all? Councillor Irving?
Yeah. I accept what Les is saying, is there's no way you're actually going to get from the second floor back out to the rear of the premises that are technically on the third floor, because the only way that you can do that is overstepping on the adjoining property with regard to the pub. The only way that you can actually possibly try and provide access to bin store is seeing if there's an alternative on the ground floor where you actually go in and reconfigure the shop area to actually allow some sort of expansion with regard to the stairs going up, because you're never going to get access over adjoining property because that's essentially what you're doing. And looking at it very quickly on the third floor, there's no way that you can actually come up into the existing flat to go out the back because effectively you would ruin the workspace up there. So the only way is looking at, is there any way to expand the available area on the ground floor to actually store bins? I mean, that's all I can say from a practical point of view.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Councillor Irvine. I think that the question then for the committee is whether the policy says that bin storage provision should be adequate, and it's a question of, is it adequate to expect that someone can go out their front door and walk around the back to put a bag of rubbish into the bin, you know, on the occasion that needs to be on. In my house, it seems to be every day, but that's another point. But you know, it's it's not a massive inconvenience to someone to do that, especially when they know that their bin is out there and it's in a safe, secure space. It's just a matter of going out occasionally and putting your rubbish into the bin in a slightly circuitous walk. And that's the question for the committee, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions while we have the agent here? Okay, in that case, I thank you for your presentation. And we'll now invite any questions for our plan officer, for Darren. I suppose that also, just at this point, maybe in your comments, you probably will touch on HOU 7 in respect of revitalising town centres, because I think it's something that we're all conscious of. We will face challenges. So what's your views on that in respect to this application, I suppose? Thank you.
Yeah, members, there are two different policies. There's HOU 7, which is specifically for the conversion and change of use of existing buildings to self-contained flats, and there are 4 criteria in that. There is no mention in the criteria about private amenity space. Even in the clarification, there's nothing about that at all. But the HOU 5 policy is shaping our houses and homes, and it's the view of officers that that's like a general catch-all policy that applies to all houses and homes. And this is a 2-bed flat, so it's going to be a home for somebody. You know, that those policies in the HOU 5 still apply. One of those is maintain and provide usable garden space. Now, there's a realistic approach being taken here. They can't provide garden space, and a flat we wouldn't ask for it as officers, and I certainly wouldn't come before you looking at a garden here. But what could be expected, and is reasonable to expect, is that somebody has some storage space. This is a 2-bed flat. It's not a single bed, unit where there's going to be maybe one person on their own. A 2-bed flat, if you think about who's going to live in that, potentially there's more. Well, there's definitely going to be more than one person. I don't know whether there'll be kids in it or not. I don't know. Some other examples we've had, children have gone into them, But in this case, it's a 2-bed flat with no storage at all. Now, it's very rare and that we get this. Most other examples, they're able to do something and give a small area of space somewhere that is private and secure for bicycles, etc., and things like that there. This is the first really that we've come across where there's absolutely none. And that's why we as officers are saying, well, we need something. We need to provide something. Other places provide a balcony, so that at least they have an outside private space there, or an area they can stand on and use that. But there's no storage space here at all. In terms of the bin store, members, that's a decision for you to make, whether you think the bin store is adequate or not, and whether, as the agent says, whether you can walk around there and it's safe, and things like that there. That's a decision for members to take. So it is so.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from that, Darren, in relation to a bit of outside, maybe storage space. The area where the window is proposed, there, could something be worked there, and so even in the corner to make some sort of a storage space? Whether it's a small area with a gated area or something, as you say, just if you had to stand a bicycle up or something in it, or just to give something to because that area looks to me that could possibly be used for that there. I think the relation in the garden is pretty acceptable. You couldn't have a garden, and there is good enough amenity space around there. Your good town centre location, and I think people in an apartment would understand they have to walk around to get to their bin. You know, if you're in a 10th floor apartment somewhere, you'd have to go down lifts and stuff to get to your bin. So I think that would be acceptable. But I just wonder, could we work something even conditionally there to provide storage at the back there, even small, if that would help?
It would be something maybe the agent would have been better responding to, because that would require them to be willing to do something, and I don't know whether they would or wouldn't. We can certainly, you know, if that is an option that members all agree with, we could certainly maybe defer and delegate the application back to us to explore that. And if members' views are you're content with that as a solution, then we as officers will take that on board going forward. So it's really the decision of the committee here today how you want to approach this file. You know.
Sorry, can I just get clarification again?
So I think we don't have a proposal yet.
No, but just what David had said.
So go ahead, David, sorry, I'll bring you back.
Thank you, Chair. I generally would be in agreement with it as it is, but if there's a stumbling block with some sort of storage for a bicycle or something that might be required outside, at the rear there where they propose to put a window in front of the kitchen, there's an area there where they're below it or above it or something. You could maybe create a small storage area if you could stand a bicycle up or something, if that was something that might help to get it over the line. Chair, I'll be minded almost to propose a recommendation even at this stage, but if members feel that that's a sticking issue, maybe that could be looked at.
Just in terms of a proposal, don't forget we have the bin store, so we need a comment just on the adequacy of that, members, if you don't mind, Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And as I'd mentioned, the bin store enclosed, I think it would be quite adequate, and it's a much improvement than what is there. For to have to walk around a couple of 100 yards to go to the bin every couple of days, I think is quite adequate in my view. Thank you.
Yeah, I spoke to the agent about it, and he said, but I'm looking at it. I think that needs more exploration there to see if instead of putting a window there, they're putting a door and playing with those levels, and then that would leave it that they're coming out and they've access to the bin store. They're walking around a pub there. You're out at work all day, and then you come home and you want to take your bin out at the weekend, and you're going around a pub. Do you really want to be doing that? It's not a quiet high street. It's the first time I've seen somewhere where there's nothing there. There has to be some way of working it into the design. There's somewhere for the person to have access, in my opinion. And I think maybe it could be looked at. There has to be a clever way of doing this, and I would like them maybe to have another look at it.
Okay, Councillor Devine Geller.
Thank you, Chair.
The names are mixed up here.
So there's no emergency exit door, and the windows are too small actually to get out. So that wouldn't. Do we not have to? Is that? I know that's. Is that?
Yeah, so building control will look after those issues, and I'm sure the agent and their architect and all will look after that all.
Right.
They'll sign off the final details of the plans, but I can only assume that the improvements to the front elevation to make the windows bigger are to provide escape windows. To comply with that. The window at the back then is, if I can get it here, so there, a new window opening. I assume if building control require that to be an escape window, it'll have to be this, provided to that size and scale. We as planning officers in the committee today, don't worry about that though.
Right, okay. Like, I wouldn't want to be walking around if you have two people, or even a child and an adult there, having to go around every day for multiple things, going around the back, having to go out the front and around the back. I just don't think, when people are paying for a rent for a 2-bedroom apartment, there's certain things that they would prefer that they have, like having access to the bin out the back of your house, say, paying the same price as somebody else for something and having all that extra work to do. No, that's just a comment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Irvine.
Yep. Sometimes I think you've got to stand outside, and we shouldn't really be doing this because we're planners. We're not exactly design consultants, but I have worked through my building career. Sometimes you actually have to step outside the problem and see what is the problem. The problem essentially is that you're accessing the first floor flat from the ground floor at the front. And there is no space to have any storage or anything. That's a thoroughfare. As soon as building control hit it, it will be a fire hazard and you'll not be able to put anything in there. And that's the only means. And there's also the issue of means of escape. Maybe you actually have to say, should that be the entrance to the first floor flat? Should we actually disuse that and look at the back and say, can we come in from the back through where that proposed window is and reconfigure the layout of the internal flat? But that's up to designers to actually come up with that. Because I agree with Councillor Devine Gallagher. We may think taking a bit of rubbish out 200 yards doesn't seem an awful lot. If you have a young family there, husband and wife and maybe a young child, and they want to go out, they will be going out every day to do things and get things. And do they want to go, particularly at the weekend, this is just a comment, walking around a busy public house to get the whole way right round to do things? And we don't know whether it's lighted or what's it like. If you ask me, would I want that? No. So I'm not prejudging it, but I think the design issue has not been properly looked at to actually try and solve it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Freely, you want it in there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not sure whether David made a proposal to go against the officer recommendation of planning, but if he was, I'd second it because I can't see any problem with that at all. And like Robert, I would have worked on building sites earlier on, jobs like that then, not a problem at all. I'd second.
Okay, well, I suppose for clarity, I would ask Councillor Mahan, are you content to propose? Was that a proposal? I didn't detect that it was a definite proposal.
It was a proposal, Chair.
Proposal, thank you, apologies. And that's been seconded by Councillor Feely. Sorry, early planner Paul, you wanted in, apologies.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Chair. And look, maybe discussions have moved on, members. It's ultimately a matter for yourselves, but the only point that I was going to make is that, you know, the principle of regeneration and the principle of reusing buildings in the town centre, we promote that. And as Darren has said, we would normally approve this. Our policies and our plan, members, promote quality residential developments. And whether we can stand over this and say that that's a quality residential development, certainly, members, I wouldn't think that it's a quality residential environment. And, you know, when you go back to COVID and people living in small flats and not having appropriate access or not having appropriate gardens, I think it's just the members of the plan strategies quality residential environments, members, and I don't think this is it. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Councillor Maguire, do you want to?
Good morning, yeah, just for clarification, the reason for refusal, number one there, the layout does not demonstrate a high quality built environment. And then the second little bit goes on to say proposal does not maintain or provide usable garden space. Now, in this particular development, there's no land in the ownership for the developer to put in a green space. And is that, what I'm asking is, does the high quality built environment relate specifically to the grass space? But what happens in an urban environment where there is absolutely no possibility of developing a building similar to this with no green space available to that developer, and yet it's down as, you know, the number one reason for refusal? Is there no flexibility in that in an urban environment, if there's absolutely impossible to provide green space, that refusal there would fall by the wayside because of the fact of the urban area? Just I was thinking about it, Chair.
Yeah, very good question, Councillor. The high quality built environment is what we're looking to improve in our council area, and that's what the plan strategy is aiming to get. What is a high quality built environment? Well, that's when you go in and you look at what's proposed. So in this case here, the policy talks about usable garden space. Well, as I say, we're not looking garden space, but you would be looking some storage space. You'd be looking some amenity area where bicycles could be stored or whatever, some sort of space. Now, that'll almost be balanced by the other policy, which is the living over the shop sort of approach. And there will be occasions where people cannot there's no way of providing any storage space because the building does not have space for it. Or you could be in a conservation area, which, this one, a listed building or something. So, there are occasions when planning officers and the council will approve an application without any storage space and things get there, but they're very, very rare. Normally it's a 1-bed flat, I'll be honest as well. When you get into a 2-bed flat, you have to ask yourself, who's going to live in this 2-bed flat? That's the key question for me as a planning officer. And that's where you'd be saying, right, you have no storage at all. You have to go up the stairs as well, to this flat. It's, is that a quality residential environment that we as a council want to promote? So I think, members, can I suggest maybe the agent and I could maybe go away and negotiate and discuss this and maybe have a look and see, is there a resolution to it? And we'll take on board the views of the members, including the proposer and seconder here, and see whether there's a resolution can be found to this. Or alternatively, the proposal is on the table, and we as officers will help you and assist you with that as best we can.
Just to advise, we do have a proposal that's been seconded at present as well to consider. I'm going to bring in Councillor Devine Gallagher here and then maybe Councillor Mahan.
Thank you, Chair. I know that there's a proposal on the table, but I would put another proposal on the table. I would propose that we would do what we did to a couple of the other for the hold for the 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
I go back. Councillor Mahan, you wanted in one more time? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. On taking some clarifications from Darren, I would maybe be happy enough to amend or remove my proposal, but maybe amend it to the hold option if Darren thinks there is a possibility of maybe getting a resolution to it. If he thinks there's a way through to get to approval.
Well, really, it's something really we'll have to get in discussions with the applicant agent about what practically they can do. The agent is saying that physically on the ground, it's almost impossible to get a rear entrance into this property. So I don't think it'll be easy to resolve this, and whether it can be done in the 2 weeks would be something I would like a bit more time maybe. So if I could suggest, instead of going the hold option, we just delegate it back to officers. If it's approved, great, it'll go on out the door. If it's not approved, it'll come back in the weekly list and you'll get a chance then to see it again if you want. So I'd defer and delegate it back to officers.
Okay. I would just need to clarify if that's the proposal now, Councillor
I'm happy to amend my proposal to delegate it back to the officers.
Yeah, and it will come back before the committee then if nothing has been sort of agreed. Okay, and Councillor Maguire, that has been seconded, and Councillor Maguire.
I was just coming in to formally second that proposal that deferred back to.
Well, I was content. You were content with that, were you, Councillor Feely? So I think maybe Councillor Feely had seconded, but we're all in agreement, members, are we? Okay, thanks, members. That's Darren to sum up there then.
Okay, members, so the recommendation on LA 10 2025-0335 was to refuse planning permission, subject to 3 reasons. Members have decided to defer the application and delegate it back to officers. So under criteria H of the planning committee protocol.
Okay, members. Thank you, Darren. We're moving on now to application number 6, LA 10 2025-0494. Outline application. I'll ask Darren to introduce application.
Cheryl? Sorry, Chair. Apologies, Glenn. Let me see what's happened.
It's just while Darren's going on. We started at 3 o'clock, so technically we ended 7 o'clock. We had a 15-minute leisure break, so technically we can go on to 7:15. We have 4 more called in applications before we start this one. I know we have a provisional date set aside for a second meeting, but should we consider now at this stage dealing with the other peripheral business rather than starting another application? Because judging by the applications we had dealt with already, the remaining time might be eaten up by this one application, and we'll still have 3 and still have the other items to do. I'm just putting that out on the table for consideration.
Yeah, yeah, we can. I mean, you're right. We can start at 7 minutes past, so it's we can only really go to around 20 past. You know, so Councillor Maguire's not sure if we can. So you're proposing, Councillor?
My proposal is that we do not consider applications 6, 7, 8 and 9. We defer those to the adjourned or reconvened meeting, and that we go straight on to items 5 onwards. And a lot of that basically is reasonably routine business, and we could get through all of that before we actually have to formally close the meeting at 7:20.
Are you happy to second that, Councillor Dwayne Geller? Okay, no problem. Are we in agreement with that, members? Yeah.
Right, yeah, all right.
Okay. I suppose it's just the nature of the volume of stuff, and I suppose we're allowing people to leave at this juncture if they want to leave, you know. But I think if there was a better system, we'd have it in place by now, where people aren't sitting to this extent, you know, to only have to go home, you know. So it is unfortunate, but I think we're not going to get through it. So thank you, members. Yeah, yeah. And on that basis, members, we will have to have a reconvene meeting on Friday. What time is that? That's 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
I'm not agenda.
It's in Oma. Okay, members, so that's good. Well, we're going to move on then at this point then. We will get through the rest, I feel. So item 5 is to note the schedule planning decisions issued in September, paper C. Paul's going to take us through that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and members. Just give me a second to get the paper. Sorry, Chair. Okay, Chair, members, so it's paper C, and this is a report just for noting on planning decisions, and the decisions issued during September then, members. So just to note that it was 98, which is a significant increase then in the last few months. We've had some staff under the vacant posts and stuff, so it's good to get them in place, and you can see the benefits of having the staff dealing with applications. So 98 members, the breakdown of that 98 applications, planning decisions are set out there in 2.1, 72 related to planning applications, and then table 1 then sets out the summary of the breakdown of whether those are committee decisions, delegated decisions, and whether they're approvals or refusals. And then table 2 also provides then members a summary of planning approvals and refusals, July, August and September. So just for noting, Chair.
Okay, I think a proposal to note, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Paul for taking us through that, and take this opportunity of commending our our planning officers for all the work that they're doing, and happy enough to propose the nutty.
Okay, I support those comments. And Councillor O'Reilly?
Chair, before I second that, can I ask with your permission that we would allow me to put forward a couple of ideas in relation. We have a lot of approvals going out here, and we do good work in the committee to try and scrutinise those that are coming in front of us and doing. And I suppose what seemed to be notable today is that we are getting applications for refusal that have possible solutions of other sites, but those sites are clearly not being explored until they go through the committee. Is it possible, can I ask Paul, that we could change our standing orders or our whatever that we need, that there is a requirement on agents to actually look at those sites, that it is not acceptable to come with a refusal to the committee without having done, because all we're doing then is putting a hold, going back out and dealing with that. These things must be dealt with before they come to committee so that we have a full picture. If at the end of the day we decide not to take forward the original application, that there is a backup. So that's one thing. And the other one, maybe it's just my age, Chair, or whatever, but the other one is the delivery of presentation by agents that we hear speaking, that are reading a continuous thing with their head down, and the use of the microphone. Something there that needs to be improved to allow a better quality there. And the third point, Chair, is that the officers go to a tremendous amount of work to adjudicate on these, to go over them, and then to provide the reasons for refusal clearly set out. And at times we find that the agents are coming in to rebut but without actually addressing the reasons given, so that there should be something in our procedures that they must be addressed. Because on the one hand, we have clearly our officers saying, here are the reasons why I can't go forward. Agents coming in to give us 10 minutes of a rebuttal, but not actually addressing the primary points, one to whatever, that's been put forward as the refusal things. With that, Chair, I'm happy to second.
Yeah, you don't sound too happy. I'm just going to bring Paul in on that, Councillor.
I think members just they maybe say that there is a lot of good agents out there as well that we work with every day of the week that explore the options and engage in the PAD process. So it's just they sort of note that in the whole context.
Absolutely.
So we are planning then an agents workshop, an in-person agents workshop now, hopefully try and deliver that before Christmas. And hopefully maybe mark the 10 years of planning as well as part of that workshop. So those three items, members, I think we can pick up in the agents workshop with them and see if we can address them and explore them. I also think then, members, there's still a bit of work for us to do in phase 4 of our planning improvement programme. So it's likely, in terms of drones and all that the members wanted us to explore. So I think we will explore potential revisions to the planning committee protocol and the scheme of delegation through that. That'll be a workshop as well, members. I would think that'll probably be the early new year, but okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, sure. Councillor.
No, I'm happy to support Tom and second it. I think probably we need a workshop then as members, subsequent to your engagement with the agents, to see what the feedback is. Because again, think our amendments to guidelines with regard to validation probably need looking at again, even though a lot of it's been enshrined in technical law. And the reference to PADs was quite interesting today. We encourage it as a planning authority, as a council, and I think there is reasonable uptake. But evidence today in several of those applications, a pad would have got rid of a lot of the problems that came in front of us that we had to try and dissect and work our way through. So I think the issue when you're going to the agents is to encourage them to actually engage in the PAD process. We can't make it mandatory. We would like to, but I think we need to do that and see what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maguire.
I was going to propose that we also would need a workshop to update the procedures and all the proper procedures, like advocating the pads, etc., to any person that would come to us in relation, or indeed any other councillors. To advise people to engage with the planners first is obviously key. That's been very clearly demonstrated today. And again, it needs to be indicated to agents out there that, inflexibility in an application that has come several times to the planning committee also needs to be considered, that if it's that difficult, there does need to be some flexibility built into their applications. And that demonstration of the email that Darren read out earlier, like if that's indicative of the way agents are putting their applications in, we need to get that reviewed as quick as we can. I think that was totally inappropriate way to put an application in. Like we have to represent the clients out there, the applicants that are looking to build houses, but to just treat the committee and the procedure the way that indicated, I think that needs to be reviewed. I think we need to tighten it up, Chair or Margaret.
I think there is a requirement, obviously, alternative sites is part of the process, part of the application that would be explored, so we had an agent in here that presented a lot of, alternatives that had been looked at. So as Paul says, maybe, we can't make sweeping statements, but certainly there's a lot of room for improvement. I would say that's a fair statement. All right. Any further comments on that? Are we happy to proceed? Okay, so moving on then to item 7, that's to note the proposal on application notice, paper E. 6, sorry, 6. To note the update on planning enforcement for September 25, paper D. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and members. Paper D then, it's the update of plan enforcement action taken during September 2025. So there's 9 enforcement notices served, members. That's quite a lot of work, substantial amount of work by the enforcement team, so just to commend them for that. Details are all set out there, members, of each of the notices. In terms of September caseload update, we had 9 enforcement cases closed, 11 new cases opened, and now the enforcement files in sitting at 230. So the detailed breakdown of the cases closed and opened there is in 2.3 and 2.4. So a few sort of bar graphs in there as well, members, just to let you see the trends over the last few months. Cases are quite high, but we've had issues just with vacancies in the enforcement team. So hopefully that'll resolve now over time over the next few months. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, for the update. Happy to propose noting.
Yes, Chair, I'll second that.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the report, Paul. I suppose I'm still concerned here that we're opening more than we're closing, and quite a substantial jump from June. And I appreciate what you said there, that you're hoping over a little bit of time that this will start working in the opposite direction. Can I understand, and you probably have told me this before and I've forgotten it and I apologize, how long a complaint's we have a target to get out our applications. Have we a target to deal with our complaints? And, you know, when we're sitting at 230, is that going to be anywhere close to possible?
Yeah, and Darren might be able to explain this a lot better than me, members, but in terms of enforcement, it's slightly different than planning applications. So a lot of those cases which are still live might be going to court. There are various different stages, so they may have already met the target. The target, you know, there's a number of different targets when you get a planning application in, that is a target met. So it's 39 weeks. To close a case. I think it's 70% of cases closed within 39 weeks. That's the target. So it's slightly different, members. And the issue with the enforcement cases is that we obviously need to be sure of our ground before we take any formal action against anyone through the enforcement process. So there's a lot of background work. It's quite a small team. So when you lose one member of staff out of it, it's, you know, 50% or 33%. So I think as time goes on over the next few months, members, you'll see that trend hopefully coming well down. In the plan and statistics report, it's the next paper or the following paper. We are meeting our target on enforcement. So it's just to try and get the caseload down a wee bit. So we have brought in our enforcement strategy as well, members. So there's a number of interventions in that. They make sure cases in the negotiation. So in our enforcement cases, we negotiate a lot to try and get an agreed solution, and that's the council's approach, that we would try and do that, and we try and do that as best we can, unless there's a significant issue in there. So I know we've introduced then some interventions in the make sure that negotiation doesn't become protracted. So, you know, details from agents, clear explanations of what we're waiting on and the timelines and all, and we've put in some timelines there as well on targets. So that's our own targets. I think we just need, we've been missing members of staff, key members of staff and their members, and it's just, I think over the next few months then we'll see that trend coming down.
And Chair, can I just finish by asking, am I overthinking this, or is there a benefit in showing us the 230 broken down a little bit of whether there is 100 gone to court and they are sitting somewhere in the court system, there is 50 in negotiations, and there is 50 in sort of prep sort of mode?
So in the report, members, at paragraph 2.5, we've tried to provide the breakdown. It's not the easiest caseload to break down. It's just not as simple as the development management applications, but we've broke it down by about 4 or 5 different categories. So the ones that are in court, the ones that are just received and under investigation, they're all broke down within the report. So that shows us a good trend then going from month to month. So I think that's the best breakdown we could give. Yeah. And there's also the issues, members, of possibly the more information that you actually give prejudice to the enforcement process ultimately as well. So it's just getting that balance right.
Cheers. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So proposal of application notice then, members. We have received one PAN, and that's a proposed one farm comprising of 6 number turbines, up to 150 metres top height, and that's at lands at Dunree Hill, Drumscra Road, Glenbean Road, and northwest of Dooish and Drumquin. So you can see the details then, members, of the pre-community consultation events. There was an event held then in Drumquin Community Centre, and then notices published in the papers and all. So that will be a major application that, if submitted, will come before the committee then for decision making. The PAN process then, members, we don't receive comments. All comments that's received as part of that pre-application community engagement all goes to the planning agent, and they take that into account. So, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I take it as a noting, and also on just a point of clarification, 2.1, elected councillors in the DEA will receive a copy of the PAN and well, it'll come possibly before us at some stage, but Drumscra and road, and I'm not sure what the other road is, but I have a direct line of sight from that. I live in Erin North, and obviously it's right along the boundary, practically. So I don't know how that's considered, but I know geographically it's mid Tyrone, but Erin North, West Tyrone, and but Erin North will be directly. It's practically on the boundary between the two DEAs. Is it the developer takes that into account, or how do they decide? Because there's other councillors, not just myself and Councillor Mahan.
Yeah, I think the standard practice from the agents when they're doing the pre-community engagements would, whatever location the site's in, that would be the DA. But obviously, they wouldn't preclude anyone from coming along to the meeting. That's why it's advertised in the papers and why they have a community event. So, I think it is really open to the whole community of anyone that would have an interest in it.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just second the note, and also beg leave to retire. I have another function to go to. Thank you.
Noted. Okay. So item 8 is to note an update report on planning appeal decisions in September 2025, and that's paper F. Well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the Planning Appeal update then, members. So there's one decision by the Planning Appeals Commission in September 25. That was LA 10 2021-0719F, and it was an application for Petra filling station on the Temple Road in Enniskillen. That application was determined by the Planning Committee. I think it was in September 2024. And you'll see there, members, from the details, basically the Commissioner identified 2 key deficiencies in the proposed access design. Firstly, the deceleration lane intended to facilitate safe entry into the site was 10 metres shorter than the required 55 metres for the road speed. And then secondly, the spacing between the proposed accesses and the existing driveways and commercial entrances was also significantly below the preferred standards. So the decision of the Planning Appeals Commission was aligned with the decision of the Planning Committee. So the appeal was dismissed then, members, and there was no costs applications for neither the council nor the appellant. And it's just for noting, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dwayne Geller.
Thank you, Chair. I'll propose the noting of this.
Proposed a note and seconded by Councillor McGrath. Okay. Item 9 is the report on planning performance statistical report. So that is 2025-26, and that's paper G.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the Q1 performance planning performance statistical report, members. So that's for quarter 1, which is April, May and June 25-26. And you can see all the appendices there with all the details. I think there's details within the report, members, but I think the key headlines just that we've met all 3 statutory targets. In terms of measures then, members, the average processing time was 10 weeks. That's targets 30 weeks, so that's well within the timeline. In terms of local applications then, members, our Q1 performance was 7.6 weeks, and I think just to commend Darren and the team and all the staff and Lavina as well. I think that's actually an exceptional time frame to be working and processing applications, members. And you'll note the Northern Ireland average is 19.8 weeks, so it's very positive. There's other details then, members, throughout the renewables and non-statutory performance. The final remaining target then was enforcement, and you'll see, members, there that our 70% conclusion time was 14.6 weeks, again well within target. So performance is fairly good, members. I think the local improvement programme that we've progressed is doing well, and those interventions that we've introduced are helping, and commendment to the staff and Darren for the performance and all the hard work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul, and I'd support that as well, on behalf of the committee, I'm sure. Also, Councillor Devine Gallagher, go ahead.
I too would like to congratulate all involved and to note the contents of the report.
Thank you. Noted. And Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Similar sentiments, Chair, regard to staff, and I'll second it, Tony. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Item 10 then is to note the quarterly update on live planning caseload.
Thank you, Chair. So paper HCN members, and that's a quarterly live planning caseload. So Table 2.5 provides the detailed breakdown, members, of the caseload, and it draws comparisons in between Q4 last year and Q1 the year before as well. So you'll see, members, I think the key takeaway still for me in terms of the planning live caseload is that there's a real drive to progress those older applications. And you'll see there, members, when you compare it to Q1 last year, the current over 12 months planning applications that we have has reduced by 33%. So total live caseload is set out there within Table 2.5, members. And you know, as I say, we have some resources back into the team now and vacancies filled. So hopefully we'll be able to get that caseload down. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's for noting. Councillor Devine Gallagher. Happy to note.
I will report the noting of this report on the quarterly live application.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Irvine.
Yeah, happy to second, Chair. The note.
That's good, thank you. So item 11 is to consider a report on Cavan County Council's renewable energy strategy. That's paper I.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is paper I, members, and this paper's for decision. So it's a report on the Cavan County Council renewable energy strategy. So Cavan County Council, they're undertaking a consultation on their renewable energy strategy, and they've procured consultants in Arup. They developed this strategy and they notified the council then on the 26th of September, and that's Appendix 2. So the consultation period, members, just runs from the 26th of September to Friday the 24th. So I suppose whatever's agreed today, we'll be submitting that tomorrow, hopefully. So in terms of the renewable energy strategy, members, Cavan County Council then, they're saying that will be in line with their national obligations and commitments within their development plan and their climate action plan. And they aim to identify 6 renewable energy sources and explore the opportunities and constraints around those. So they have acknowledged previous consultation response from the council on their development plan. And I think that's why they're engaging directly with us and giving us an opportunity then to comment on their renewable energy strategy and become involved. So they value the opinions and feedback from all the stakeholders. So members, you'll see the Appendix 1 sets out essentially what our feedback is. I suppose recognising some of the shared assets and landscapes between the two council areas. And also drawing out and highlighting, which we have done previously, all the key background studies that underpin the council's plan strategy. It's landscape wind energy strategy, the wind capacity study, and then the landscape character review and designation review. So, and also there we've noted the council's climate change and sustainable development strategy. So I suppose it's important that all those documents are taken into account then going forward, members. I say the draft response is set out in Appendix 1, members. Happy to take any comments or feedback on that or any suggested changes. And then just you'll note, members, in paragraph 2.11 then, that members, if you do want to meet with Arup online to discuss the consultation or the strategy, then they're happy to do so. And I know we would have engagement through the LDP process with cross councils as well. So if we were to do that, that would align with some of the soundness tests that we would face when we get the independent examination, and just making sure that we're taking account of all our council strategies. So the recommendation then, members, is that we would agree the draft response is set out in Appendix 1. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Feely?
Chair, yeah, happy to propose that. I'm glad to see that the Culture, Lakeland Geopark and Marble Arch Cave mentioned that too in at 2.9.
And Councillor, there's an opportunity there to meet with or discuss. Would you be happy to incorporate that into the proposal? It'll sort of. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Irvine?
Yeah, happy with everything, and happy to second the proposal, as well as trying to set up a meeting with Arab. Wouldn't do any harm. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Item 12 then is to note the report on monitoring requirements for the local development plan 2030, the plan strategy. Paper J.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Okay, members, so this is a report on the monitoring requirements for the LDP. It is a matter for information in the paper. So members will be aware on the 9th of July that Causeway Coast and Glensborough Council had written to the Council in relation to second homes and short-term holiday lets. And that's attached to Appendix 1. That letter was discussed then at the Council meeting in July, and it was resolved that officers would investigate the possibility of collating information relating to second homes and short-term holiday lets within the district, and a report on that matter then would be brought forward at future meetings. So this is that report then, members. So I suppose the letter from Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council notes the impact of second homes and short-term holiday rentals on the housing stock supply for residents of their borough. I think it's a particular concern in the coastal settlements, and they note concern as well that there's no formal audit of such properties throughout the borough. And they resolved to complete an audit and then lobby the Northern Ireland Executive then in relation to that. So I suppose, members, in considering the impact of second homes, it's important they look at each council's plan strategy and where we're at. So if you look at Causeway Coast and Glensborough Council, they're progressing their new local development plan for the borough. The current plan covering their council area is the Northern Area Plan 2016. That was adopted by the former Department of the Environment on the 22nd of September 2015. So unlike Fermanagh and Omagh, they have not yet adopted a council plan strategy. And so planning applications that are dealt with continue to be dealt with under that Northern Area Plan and the regional plan and policy statements. The Northern Area Plan does explain some trends in housing demand, again, particularly in the coastal settlements, and that's been greatly inflated then by student accommodation and second homes. And I suppose it seems as if it's become a bit of a controversy in those coastal settlements, and policy COU1 then Rathlin Island is particularly relevant. Within their preferred options paper, the supporting document, initial settlement context analysis, presents information on the potential level of second homes in the borough. The estimates of second homes, however, they were determined, members, from an analysis of the electoral register, existing housing stock, vacancy levels and household information. And it was noted that it was a preliminary assessment, and there was some caution around that assessment on the basis that not everyone living in a settlement chooses to vote. In terms of our own plan strategy then, members, we've obviously adopted that in March 23. We have our strategic allocation of housing need over the plan period set out within that. We have considered as part of that the HGA figures that were issued by DFI, and the policy sets out basically that our allocation over the plan period will be 4,300 dwellings. So the background study then acknowledges the HGI publication by DFI, and that HGI publication actually takes into account second homes. And you can see there are some of those background studies where we've actually identified that there was 900 second homes in Fermanagh and Omagh, which were mainly in the Lakelands area. Within the HGI publication by DFI, again, as I say, they've taken into account the impact of second homes, and they had estimated a need of 500 second homes in Fermanagh and Omagh by 2030. So that's all been taken into account in our housing need members and what we've set out in the plan strategy, and we've adopted that, and that's been found sound at independent examinations. So the policies then that we're working with is HOU1 and DO3, and there's various other policies as well. In terms of the monitoring framework then, members, we have a monitoring framework within the plan strategy that was agreed, and it sets out a number of key monitoring indicators, but there's no monitoring indicator in relation to second homes. Don't have that. There is a monitoring indicator number 14, which monitors new tourism amenities and accommodation, but not specifically short-term holiday lets. So we are required to publish an annual monitoring report, members, once we adopt the local policies plan, and then obviously engage the review of the plan every 5 years as well. And second homes, then we can take that into account as part of that review. I think just in conclusion then, members, if members did want us to monitor second homes, I think it's just to note that that falls outside our scope at the minute, our scope of our monitoring. It'd probably be a significant resource, which we haven't provided for within our own teams. And it's likely to either require a diversion of existing resources, which will impact then on the timely progress of the LPP, members. So, just for noting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That's just for noting. Councillor Irvine.
Thank you for the update, Paul. Happy to propose the noting.
Post a note. And Councillor Irvine Geller.
Happy to second the noting.
The second, okay. We're now going to move to correspondence. So there's a few items of correspondence that Paul is going to take us through. So I'll just. So 13.1. So 13.11. Sorry, Sinead.
Chair, I'll come in on this one. So the first piece of correspondence is from DFI, and it's in response to, I suppose, a matter that had come up whenever we had been considering an application for housing development at Lochmacurry Road, Omagh. So we had corresponded with agreement of members with Western Division Roads Manager, setting out, I suppose, concerns around DFI Roads attendance at that particular meeting in terms of that application, and then I suppose just engagement in terms of what that would look like going forward. So the response then is set out. So essentially, members, you'll note that they have noted the correspondence, offered apologies in relation to no one being available in relation to that application that I've mentioned. They've also been engaging, obviously, with Paul in his lead planner role in relation to attendance at planning committee. And they've agreed that DFI road officials will attend planning committee meetings that require detailed DFI roads input, and they've also provided some commentary around that planning application. So the correspondence is for noting, members.
Councillor O'Reilly.
Happy to note and interested to see the outworkings in that going forward.
Indeed, yeah, Councillor. And Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Sinead, for that. I'll second that.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, members, so the next piece of correspondence then, 13.12, is correspondence from DFI members then, dated the 1st October 2025, and that's just in relation to a public consultation on the review of the plan and fees. So you'll see, members, that's coming out of the Regional Planning Improvement Programme, and there's a focus on non-material changes and discharge of conditions. There is also some other questions in there, members, in relation to other types of applications, and potentially charging for other things as well. So it's really at this stage just to note, members, and we'll bring back a draft response at the November meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Irvine.
Happy to note.
Okay. And Councillor Devine Gallagher.
Happy to second the noting.
Okay. I believe we have an item of other correspondence as well.
Yeah. 13.2 then first, Chair. So that's correspondence dated 8th of October from the clerk to the Committee for Communities. And that's regarding decarbonisation and retrofitting and future-proofing our housing stock. So you can see the detail within the letter there, members. So at their meeting on the 2nd of October, there was some discussion around this. There was a question and answer session. And then they had agreed then that they would write out the councils and ask them when their area plans will be finalised and whether plans to future-proof house building and retrofitting are included therein. So I suppose, Chair, if I could suggest, members, that we would write back and just confirm that we've got the plan strategy adopted and that there's various policies in there, including DO2, which deals with energy efficiency and climate change and all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Councillor Irvine.
Yeah, we're ahead of the game. I propose the suggestion that Paul has made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maguire seconded that. And other correspondence now from Nilga, I believe.
Yeah. So thank you, Chair. So this, and Councillor Irvine might want to speak to this as well. So this was correspondence that had been forwarded on to us. And it's a workshop in relation to the review of the development management regulations. DFI had, I suppose, through NILGA, invited certain planning committee members potentially. So it's just to note the correspondence, and I think Councillor Irvine's been invited. So maybe agree if Councillor Irvine attends.
Okay, proposed by Councillor Reddy, seconded by Councillor Dwayne Gallagher, and happy with that? Is that all the time? Oh yeah, sorry, we have two more items of correspondence and then that'll be us for this meeting. Be glad to hear.
Thank you, Chair. So, and there was correspondence from DFI members issued yesterday, just actually quite substantial correspondence there. On the 21st of October, and that just relates to revisions to regional policy for the two-tier planning system. So you'll see there's quite a lot of detail in there, members. I think there's was a previous consultation on the SPPS, and obviously a revision to the SPPS is going to come forward now shortly. A lot of the implications, I suppose, in the main will relate to the LDP members. So I think just we'll bring maybe a summary report back into the LDP steering group at a point, and we can discuss what the potential implications are. But I think, members, the revision to that policy would always been on our mind anyway. We knew it was coming. We do have to take account of new policies that's introduced, regional policies and advice. So it would have been always something that would have been alive to anyway. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Proposal to note, Councillor Maguire.
Just a question has come into my head there, Paul, on the back of that in relation to the department. I remember the process where the department can put a hold on a planning application without any time limit. Would that issue have been raised within this discussion, or is there an update on that position? But happy enough to note the correspondence, just that point, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Maguire. This would be separate, so this is regional, an amendment to the regional planning policy. But as part of the regional planning improvement programme, we are looking at that at the minute. There was a pilot exercise undertaken with Belfast City Council in relation to the requirement to notify them. I think it's on demolition within conservation areas. So hopefully on the roll out of that and the learning from that, then we might get some further changes to the legislation where we don't have to notify.
Okay, so that was proposed by Councillor Maguire, seconded by Councillor Dwayne Gallagher. Sorry, Robert, you're tired at this stage. Even me. Okay, so one more item and then, yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, members, I suppose this is really just to draw to your attention. It's around the Dalradian public inquiry. Members will know and be aware that there was a transboundary consultation, and that has now completed, and the council had submitted a sort of response to that consultation. So, recently, the Planning Appeals Commission has published procedures around the transboundary and how it's going to deal with participants that submitted representations during that transboundary consultation. I suppose, members, we were slightly concerned at what was set out within the procedures, and you'll see it there within the Chief Executive's letter that was sent on the 8th of October. And we had raised concerns just in relation to the procedures that have been published and around fairness and potentially being prejudiced. So really what's been proposed, members, is that whoever has made a response to the consultation on the transboundary impacts will be given an opportunity to submit a statement of case. Normally, there would be then an opportunity for other parties to rebut that before we would go into formal inquiry sessions. But the PAC on this occasion aren't allowing a rebuttal evidence. So what that's likely to have, the effect that's likely to have, members, is that a lot of new evidence is going to be raised on the first occasion during the inquiry sessions orally, and we're not really going to have an opportunity to properly consider that and respond to it. So certainly we would be of the view that our position would be prejudiced by those procedures, and other parties likely as well, members. So I could actually foresee further delays in the inquiry sessions as they're currently scheduled as a result of these procedures. So essentially, members, in summary, we've written to the PAC to stress our concerns around this, and you can see their response. They've come back and they haven't suggested any changes. So it's just to flag that to your attention, members. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay, I think it's right that we put that forward in any case, so it hasn't been taken on board, as Paul has said. So a proposal to note that, Councillor Devine Gallagher, seconded by Councillor Irvine. And I believe Sinead wanted to make a comment on the LDP for next week, just reschedule.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to mention, members, you'll have a hold in your diary for the LDP steering group next week, 29th of October. But our intention is the work that we have been bringing forward to discuss with members at that meeting, that we would do that at the LDP steering group then on the 26th of November. So that would be bring all of that forward into the same steering group meeting.
Okay, members, I've already noted I won't be available on Friday. We suspected that would be an option Friday, but unfortunately I won't be available. But I record my apology, I suppose, in advance. We can point to a pro term chair. Councillor. Okay, so that's 3. It is Friday. You're okay. Perfect. No problem. So thank you for your patience. We've got through it, and we'll wish you well for Friday. Thank you, members. At 10 a.m., 2 o'clock, might it. Still wouldn't have suited me, unfortunately, but